my flats, even though the time will be a little
Yeah.
bit.
Oh, wow. It's that time. Hi, everyone. Welcome. Before I officially call our meeting to order this evening, I wanted to take a moment to run through our agenda. I know Kim is ready in the BevCam booth. Thank you very much, Kim, for getting us up and running. And so I wanted to take a minute just to run through what we have on our agenda this evening. We do have a presentation coming up from HRNA. That's the firm with whom we work to do our race equity audit. Before we get to that presentation, we do have some posted public hearings that we'll be jumping right into as soon as we call the meeting to order. We have one citizen speaker who has signed up, and we have some other regular business, some of which will necessitate a break for some committee work, and then we'll come back and take care of that work. So with that, I'll officially call to order this special meeting of the Beverly City Council, Monday, June 26, 2023, 6:30 p.m. Ms. Dixon, will you please call the roll?
Bowen.
Here.
Crowley.
Here.
Feldman.
Here.
Houseman. Rand.
Here.
Rotundo.
Here.
St. Hilaire.
Here.
Sweeney.
Here.
And Flowers.
I'm here. Excellent timing, Councilor Sweeney. Councilor Rotundo, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Councilor Rotundo. I do want to go right to our 6:30 public hearing, and before I do, I will just mention that anybody who would like to speak in any of the public hearings for this evening can sign up to do so by adding your name to the list for the appropriate hearing in front of our Assistant City Clerk, Ms. Dixon. Those are here on the desk, and you can come up at any point during the evening. I also want to mention that the public hearing posted for 7:30, which is on some parking and traffic changes that have been proposed, is likely to be opened but then recessed to 8 o'clock or just after so that we can get the totality of our presentation in. So anybody who may be watching who wanted to speak in that one, just know that it may be recessed slightly later in the evening. I see that our City Finance Director, Brian Ailes, is already at the podium and ready to go. So we will officially open the public hearing on Order 149. Ms. Dixon.
Ordered that the City Council of the City of Beverly hold a public hearing on Monday, June 26th at 6:30 p.m. at 191 Cabot Street, 3rd floor, City Council Chambers, live stream on BevCam, relative to a request for a transfer of $240,000 from the city's certified free cash balance to fund 3 capital needs within the library and fire departments. And this is published Friday, June 16th.
Thank you, Ms. Dixon. Mr. Ailes, we'll go right to you.
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening, members of the City Council. Good to see you this evening. We have before you this evening a request to transfer $240,000 from the city's certified free cash balance. We're seeking to do this before the end of the fiscal year, where free cash availability becomes paused until the DOR recertifies the free cash balance. So we're looking to do a transfer of $240 to fund 3 different projects, 2 of which are purchase of vehicles, a van within the library department, a truck, not a big truck, but one of the smaller trucks in the fire department's fleet, as well as $90,000 of this $240 to support some renovation, or I should say repair, of an existing elevator within the main branch library. And so these funds total $240,000, and if approved this evening, that will bring the remaining free cash balance down to $4,680,505, of which we reasonably anticipate roughly $3.8 to $4 million being replenished by the end of the year. And so a reasonable expectation for free cash balance to be certified next year is around $8.5 to $9 million. Happy to answer any questions you may have about the specifics, as well as our department heads, Ms. Babin and Chief O'Connor are here as well if you have questions specific to the purchases.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ailes. Members of the council, are there questions or comments either for Mr. Ailes or, as he mentioned, for the department heads who are here this evening? Counselor Bowen.
Thank you. I was hoping we could hear a little bit more about the library repairs and sort of how that fits in with the routine maintenance budget and what's different about this and that makes it more of sort of a one-time, larger scale repair.
Thank you, Counselor. Our library director, Allison Bavin, is here with us. Thank you very much, Ms. Bavin.
Good evening, counselors. So to answer your question, this is a significant repair. This is for we call it the back elevator at the library. I noticed in Mr. Perry's document, it was mentioned that it stated that it's used for staff for operational purposes, which is true. However, it is also used by the public. And it's crucial whenever our main elevator, the one that goes to the lobby, goes out of service, we then redirect everyone to this elevator. So if we didn't have the second elevator, we would have some periods where we had no elevator access, which would be a real problem. Our annual repair budget is anywhere from $50,000 to $55,000. This coming year, FY24, it will only be $50,000, so it wouldn't even cover this repair. Does that answer your question?
It does, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bavin. Thank you, Counselor Bowen. Counselor St. Hilaire.
I guess just to follow up on that question, so are there other funds being utilized, or just take care of everything?
What's that? I'm sorry.
Does, I guess what we're authorizing tonight take care of everything you need from a funding perspective?
Well, I mean, the library needs a lot of repairs. So the budget won't cover all of the repairs that are needed in the building, but this should cover the elevator repair fully.
Okay, this project.
Yeah.
Okay. And Mr. Ailes, thank you for the free cash balance update. Are there other capital expenses like this that you anticipate coming up?
Mr. Ailes.
This is it for this fiscal year. However, as you all know, as things arise of this nature, which may not be budgeted in the typical operating budget, this is an alternative. A free cash tends to be an alternative that we look to fund these kind of one-time projects. And I will just add, Councilor St. Hilaire, that the request for the $90,000 is based on a bid for the services, so we know it should cover the repairs to the elevator.
Thank you. Thank you, Counselor. Other questions or comments from members of the council? Are there members of the public who wish to speak in this public hearing? Mr. Perry, our City Council budget analyst, I saw you start to get up. I'll invite you to go to the podium if you would like to add anything.
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening, everyone. Very quickly, I wrote to you on June 15th on numerous transfers that are before you tonight and the other night. I do recommend adoption of the proposal. These requests are consistent with our financial policies and are appropriate in nature for the utilization of free cash. And as Mr. Ailes, I agree with him, in my memo to you, he is right about the number remaining left over, 4.6 million. So I do recommend adoption of the proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Any other questions or comments from members of the council? Seeing none, I will close this public hearing. And actually, for the sort of expediency of our meeting, I would be willing to entertain discussion of this on the floor in front of the whole council. We have some time to do that. So is there a motion to approve Order 149?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Are there questions, comments, or discussion among the councilors on this one? All right, we have a motion to approve in a second. All those in favor of approving Order 149, aye?
Aye.
Thank you. That carries 8-0. We do have time before our next public hearing. I don't believe I see our citizen speaker here yet, Mr. Miller. All right, so let's go to some of our routine business in that case. We have acceptance of minutes of previous meetings. We have one set of meeting minutes to approve, and that is from our Finance and Property Subcommittee meeting from June 15th, 2023. Is there a motion to approve this set of minutes?
So moved.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. That carries 8-0, and those minutes are approved. Ms. Dixon, let's go to communications from His Honor the Mayor, please.
This is order number 185. Dear Honorable City Council, I am pleased to inform you that the City of Beverly was awarded a $15,000 grant from the Massachusetts Electric Vehicle Incentive Program. This grant funding from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts will be applied toward the purchase of 2 electric vehicles for the Municipal Inspections Department, $7,500 for each vehicle. This grant helps to bridge the cost difference between electric models and internal combustion engine vehicles and enables the City of Beverly to continue electrification of the municipal vehicle fleet. Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A requires both City Council and mayoral approval before any grant, donation, earmark, or gift to the city can be expended for their prescribed purpose. I therefore request the City Council approve this grant by acting on this matter at your upcoming meeting on June 26, 2023. Thank you. Sincerely, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Thank you. Please refer that to the Committee on Finance and Property. Let's go to communications from other city officers and boards.
Order 180 is a reappointment of Christy Edwards, 9 Edward Street, to serve as the at-large representative on the Community Preservation Committee.
Please refer that to the Committee on Legal Affairs.
Order 182, a proposed ordinance amendment to Section 215-18 deliveries.
Please refer that to the Committee on Legal Affairs as well. And Councillor Feldman, this was your proposed ordinance change. Is there anything you'd like to say about it at this point?
Sure. This has been attempted to be in the works for a while. I know a lot of times when we submit ordinance changes, it comes from something specific, and I just wanted to let everyone know this wasn't designed to be, this is worded in such a way that it's protecting businesses that sell coffee and pastries and danishes and for breakfast deliveries, but it's primarily in response to delivery trucks of large grocery stores that are abutting directly, specifically in my case, the Shaw's delivery trucks abutting Beverly Commons, where people have their windows open and there are deliveries at all hours. There is an ordinance for dumpsters, but deliveries are excluded from that, so we are seeking to expand that. So any questions, let me know.
Thank you very much, Councillor Feldman, and thank you for your work on that as well.
Order 183, a request for temporary residential-only parking for the following areas until October 2nd, 2023, Front Street from Bartlett Street to Water Street, and on Davis Street from Stone Street to Front Street, and South Street from Stone Street to Front Street.
Thank you, Ms. Dixon. Councillor Rand, this was your proposed order. I'm glad you're down there because I actually was like,
I didn't
where did Councillor Rand go?
I was trying to be very
Sorry, I didn't look before I spoke to you. It's okay. Is there anything you'd like to say about this one at this point?
Absolutely. And I think we've all heard of the problems that the new restaurant is sort of impacting on the immediate neighborhood, in particular Front Street, which is never really designed for the amount of cars that it hosts anyway. So most of you know me up here by now that I often, parking is not usually the thing that I am, I'll fight for it, but in also a way of considering development and the fact that Ward 2 is downtown. But I really do recognize that this neighborhood in particular has reached a critical mass of tension and sort of change and an impact on the quality of life. So I'm hoping that we can move something forward, recognizing also the timing of this is not ideal. But yeah, I'm happy to answer questions, and you may hear from some of the neighborhood folks either by email or in council chambers at some point. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rand, and we'll refer that to the Committee on Legal Affairs for some more work tonight.
Order 184, a proposed amendments to the Beverly zoning ordinance, accessory dwelling unit ordinance, definitions regarding transient lodging, bed and breakfast, and other minor clarifications.
Thank you. Please refer that to the Committee on Legal Affairs. And councilors, you'll remember that at our last meeting, we took a vote asking the planning director, Darlene Wynn, to please provide us an update as to where the planning department stood in terms of submitting this ordinance, and I think this stands in as her update. Let's go to communications, applications, and petitions.
Order 181, a request for a temporary waiver of the restrictions of Section 113-2, serving alcohol beverages on public property, and Section 253-24 for placement of tables on public sidewalks.
Please refer that to the Committee on Legal Affairs as well. That brings us to unfinished business from a previous meeting. We have Order 282. This is Councillor Bowen's letter regarding accessory dwelling units. Councillor Bowen, I don't know if you wanted to say just something briefly about it. I know you and I had discussed keeping it here as we work through this process, the zoning process.
Yes, thank you. So that's my hope, and really excited to take up the proposal from the administration, because that's a little bit of a smoother process, and pleased to have that in front of us. So we'll just leave that one for future discussion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bowen. So those two will sort of go hand in hand as we work through this process. Let's go to motions and orders. Please, Ms. Dixon.
So we have Order 177. Be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Beverly as follows: in the year 2023, an ordinance amending an ordinance relative to Chapter 270, Vehicles and Traffic, Section 270-49, Off-Street Parking, Handicap Parking, amending Section 270-49 as follows: add a handicap parking sign and space at 12.5 Bow Street. Ordinance to take effect upon publication and final passage, and this was published June 23rd.
Thank you, Ms. Dixon. So Order 177 is on the agenda this evening for a first vote. It's not available yet for final passage. Is there a motion to approve for a first vote Order 177?
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. So that carries 8-0 for its first vote, and it will be available for final passage the next time that we meet, and it's on our regular agenda. And Order 162?
We haven't had the public hearing yet.
You're right, thank you. We'll come back to 162, which goes with one of the public hearings that's later in the evening. Thank you, Ms. Dixon. I want to take a moment because I want to get right into our first public hearing, but I should have recognized we have a number of city staff who are in the room with us. So I just wanted to take a moment to recognize some of them obviously have spoken already in our first public hearing, but again, we do have our City Finance Director, Mr. Brian Ailes, is here with us. Thank you, Mr. Ailes. As well as our City Council Budget Analyst, Mr. Jerry Perry, is here with us as well. Our Library Director, Allison Babin, we got to hear from in that first public hearing. Thank you very much, Ms. Babin. Jocelyn Rell-Kursker, the Mayor's Chief of Staff, is here with us this evening, as well as Ronnie Jacobson, the Mayor's Constituent Services Director. Thank you both for being here. Our Fire Chief, Peter O'Connor, is here with us this evening, as well as Police Chief John Lasher. Thank you both for being here. Our Commissioner of Public Services, Mike Collins, is also here with us this evening. Thank you for being here, Mr. Collins. Our Harbor Master, Peter Dickman, is here as well. Thank you for being here with us. Our Senior Center Director, Chris Gomez-Farewell, is here with us as well. And I think I saw our DIB Director, Wangari Fahari, is here and also just stepped out. And so when she comes back, we'll take a moment to recognize that she's here as well. And we also have Ward 1 School Committee member and School Committee President Rachel Abel here with us this evening. Did I miss anybody? Sometimes I miss somebody sitting over there on the side. Well, thank you all for being here with us this evening. And with that, we do have a short time before our next public hearing. So I would entertain a motion to take a break for some committee work. There's some work that especially legal affairs could get started on now with some discussion. And then we will make sure to be back in 7 minutes. So is there a motion to take a little break for some committee work?
So moved.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. So we will have legal affairs stay here, finance and property. We also have at least one thing we could start chatting about. We'll head to the committee room. And public services, you have nothing on your agenda, so you're free to choose where you would like to be. And please make sure we're back at 6:55, councilors.
Well, we're here, so we won't.
You okay?
Good to go.
All right. Okay, call to order the Legal Affairs Committee and also Committee of the Whole. And we're gonna kind of speed through a few our items. All right, thank you. Okay, order number 180 is the reappointment of Christy Edwards at 9 Edwards Street to serve as the at-large representative on the Community Preservation Committee. Any questions or comments from committee?
And for me, Madam Chair.
Okay, I would accept a motion to recommend the appointment. Recommend the council approve the reappointment, sorry.
So moved.
Second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes, thank you. Okay. Actually, I was supposed to record this time, hold on. Okay, thanks. Okay, order number 182 is a proposed ordinance amendment to section 215-18 deliveries, and this was Councilor Feldman's request to expand the type of limitation or type of deliveries and noise that can be made between 11 p.m. and 6 a.m. I don't know if Mr. Dole is not here with us quite yet. First, any discussions, questions, or comments from committee members? Councilor Rotundo.
Thank you. I did have an opportunity to talk to
Thank you.
Councilor Feldman. My concern was the smaller businesses. I think this was more in response to the bigger stores that we have less oversight with. Because when I was reading it, obviously as a business owner, I was with concerns, but this was more directed at some of the biggest stores that are having it. So I'm comfortable with this as is right now.
Okay. Councilor Sweeney, any questions?
I don't think so. Your explanation summarized it well, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilor Feldman, I know you sort of summarized where this came from before. I'm wondering if you also worked with the solicitor's department.
Yes, thank you. I'm glad I'm in the room because I forgot to mention that before, that I did work with Beth Oldmixon in the solicitor's office on this. And it's also gone through the planning department. So it's been workshopped for a couple of months now. It started with the Board of Health, and we worked through what the best approach would be with noise and impact on quality of life from a health perspective, and then we moved forward with the solicitor's office and then the planning department. So when I say we, it's me. But yes, that's what it's been through all those departments.
That is great news. Thank you for, I'm glad you're able to be here to just update us on that. And nice work. It's not easy to cross all those T's and dot all those I's, so it's really, great work when you can get something to the council that's already been vetted like that. So nice work. And I believe because this is an ordinance amendment, it would take multiple readings, but this will get the process started. And you're aware of that.
Yep.
Your constituents are aware of that too, I'm sure.
Our goal was to get it at least in process at the beginning of the summer, so we could have something with teeth that we could at least start to be, people can amend their policies over the summer, hopefully.
That's great. Thank you. Any other questions or comments from committee members? Okay. I would accept a motion to submit the accompanying amended ordinance and recommend its adoption.
So moved.
Second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Okay, order number 183. And this is a request for temporary residential parking. And I want to be mindful of the time. What time, what's our cutoff? Now? Okay, let's stop there because this is a full discussion. Okay, I would accept a motion to adjourn the committee of the whole. Okay. Those in favor? Aye. Motion to adjourn legal affairs committee.
So moved.
Second.
Those in favor? Aye. We are adjourned. Thank you.
some committee work done. We will have to take another break for committee. I know there's more work that remains, but it was a good opportunity to get started. That does bring us to 6:55, which is the time of our next public hearing. And I will just mention again, anyone who would like to speak in any of the public hearings can do so by signing up on the sheets in front of Ms. Dixon at any point. I will officially open our public hearing on Order 155. Ms. Dixon.
City of Beverly ordered that the City Council of the City of Beverly hold a public hearing on Monday, June 26 at 6:55 p.m. at 191 Cabot Street, 3rd floor, Council Chambers, live stream on BevCam relative to a request for a transfer request from the Sewer Enterprise retained earnings in the amount of $382,913. And this was published Friday, June 16th.
Thank you, Ms. Dixon. Mr. Ailes, I see you're at the podium ready to go, so I'll turn it over to you to comment on this one.
Thank you once again, Madam President. This effectively is a bit of an accounting process that we are attempting to do before the end of the fiscal year. You all will recall authorizing some work to be done under the culverts, primarily at the end of the North Beverly Brook going into the Shoe Pond, and some work. That authorization took place, it was either late summer or early fall of this past season, that you authorized $1 million. The intent at that point, as we stated during the public hearing, was not to actually borrow for the project, and as we incurred the actual costs related to that project, that we would transfer cash and pay down that project to avoid any borrowing in the long run for that project. So this is effectively that. At the end of the year, we have spent about $341,000 to date. We still have a couple more warrants to process before the end of the fiscal year. So that's why we're requesting a transfer of $382,913, so that at the end of the year, when we close the books, there is no deficit balance within that fund that's been authorized. But this is not an authorization necessarily for any additional work or anything of that nature. It's merely to clean up the balance sheet on the project fund to make sure we don't have a deficit at the end of the year.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ailes. Councilors, are there questions for Mr. Ailes on this one? Councilor Bowen.
Thank you. So just had two questions. One, kind of a programmatic question, if we can get an update on what we anticipated being a $750,000 to $1 million project, reaching not quite halfway. I know there were some delays we've had some conversations about, but just a quick update on that. And then on the sort of financial accounting side, when we initially talked about this project, I know there was some discussion about using the sewer retained earnings or pulling back funds from the South Essex Sewerage District. So just if you could talk about sort of where we are with that option for the rest of the project, or sort of where we are in general.
Thank you, Councilor. Mr. Ailes.
Yeah, thank you for those questions. They actually prompt kind of a point I'd like to make around the actual project. The project is ongoing, so the $1 million authorization will stand. This transfer just kind of buys down that authorization, so we're only authorized to borrow for the delta between the two. This project is ongoing. Commissioner Collins is here to get into a little bit of the specifics if we need to. But in terms of the functionality of using retained earnings versus drawing back from SESD, they're both available options to us. We did build into the FY24 budget a drawback from SESD in lieu of using the retained earnings to fund the sewer rate. So it's really just a matter of which one we chose at the time to do, but it all is available to us eventually. The SESD balance, some of that will be coming into the FY24 budget to keep rates at a reasonable level.
Thank you, Mr. Ailes.
Good evening. Thanks for having us. And the project's going pretty well. The scope of the job is to clean the culverts in and around the Cummings Center that primarily carry the North Beverly Brook. And pretty much as soon as they started the work, it started to rain. And if you're trying to clean culverts in the rain, it's a little challenging because they have to manage the water. We told them that water management would be the hardest thing. But they've gotten about 60 to 70% of the culverts cleaned. The last little bit is going to be quite challenging because the water is deeper as we get closer to the pond, and they've asked us if we could go back to the Conservation Commission, which we're going to go back tomorrow night, for permission to use a different method to dewater the culvert. If they can do that, they think they have about 5 days total working around the clock to finish the job, and that would get the culverts cleaned and in short order. So we're close to the end, but we need the Conservation Commission's concurrence on a different method to dewater the culvert.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Any questions from councilors? Councilor Bowen.
Thank you. That's great to hear that it's nearing completion. Are there cost implications for the different strategy, or if it's not able to move forward with that different strategy, cost implications or timing for continuing as is?
It would be up to the contractor to make that case, and they haven't been able to prove any change condition, which would be critical to making their case. So I think they would like to get more money, but I don't think they're going to be entitled to more money, because we explained to them in great detail how difficult it was going to be to dewater before the project went out to bid. During the bid, we had a mandatory pre-bid meeting to make sure that everyone understood it's really hard to dewater this culvert. And no, I mean, realistically, they shouldn't be. There's been some minor scope changes along the way that we've asked them to do a little bit of additional work, but we're not anticipating any at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Councillor. Other questions or comments from members of the council? Mr. Perry, did you have anything you wanted to add to this?
Thank you, Madam President. As I indicated, some of the stuff I wrote to you was already articulated between Mr. Ailes and Commissioner Collins. If you look at my report, we had $1,265,770 certified in retained earnings, certified free cash. We're going to be using $547,661 to offset the sewer rates in FY24, and then the culvert work. The mayor is requesting the $382,913 for you to approve. So that first off, there are sufficient amount of funds to approve this. I'm comfortable with the dollar amount, and remaining balance will be $335,196. I'm okay with that carrying forward, and that will be carried forward for retained earnings. A couple of things I would remind you, though. It's my understanding, at least in some of my dialogue with the engineering department, I believe there's going to be more costs next year. We have enough in the $1 million loan order, so I wouldn't worry about that. It's my expectation, I expect the mayor to come back when the work is completed and to do two things, to possibly either transfer retained earnings or take SCSD funds as already articulated. We can talk about that next year. And also, it's important, in my view, that the mayor request simultaneously that we rescind the $1 million loan order. That's something I think we need to do as well. Having said that, Madam President, members of the council, it's my recommendation you adopt the order as requested by Mayor Cahill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Perry. Any questions or comments from councilors for Mr. Perry? Are there members of the public who wish to speak in this public hearing on order number 155? Seeing none, I'll close this public hearing, and councilors, I would entertain a motion to approve order 155 on the floor.
So moved. Second.
Is there any further discussion on 155? All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. That carries 8-0. And this does bring us to our 7:05 public hearing. I think I'm going to open it. We'll see if we can take care of it quickly. If it seems like it's longer in discussion, we'll recess it and move to HRNA. Otherwise, we'll finish it quickly and move on to HRNA. So this is a public hearing posted for 7:05 on order 153. Ms. Dixon.
Ordered that the City Council of the City of Beverly hold a public hearing on Monday, June 26th at 7:05 p.m. at 191 Cabot Street, 3rd floor, Council Chambers, live stream on BevCam, relative to a request for an interdepartmental transfer totaling $170,012, consisting of $157,512 to fund the increased assessment and $12,500 to be placed into the Harbor Master budget. $18,214 of the total will be transferred from the reserve for unforeseen, and the remaining $151,798 will be transferred from the short-term principal line. And this is published Friday, June 16th.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dixon. Mr. Ailes.
I will try to be brief. Effectively, this is an end-of-the-year transfer. It's not uncommon for us to come before you and try to realign some areas that may have had overspending or overassessments, and areas that may have some flexibility and the ability to support those other lines with some overages. The areas of overages have to do with the state assessment for charter school reimbursement or charter school payments out for our Beverly students that are participating in charter schools. That gets revised mid-year by DESE based on enrollment and per pupil costs, and we are effectively adjusting the budget to account for that. And the second component is $12,500 related to some costs within the Harbor Master budget, most notably a little bit of an overage on the pump boat match, as well as some additional needs within the OT and the Assistant Harbor Master lines that have materialized over the last couple months leading up to the high season. The areas we're taking the funds from, the first is the unforeseen reserve. This will exhaust that. These are the remaining funds that exist within that line. And then the second component is from the short-term principal line, where we will take $151,798. Happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ailes. Members of the council, questions or comments on this one? Councillor St. Hilaire.
Just on the unforeseen, I know we budgeted a certain amount for that, but it seems like we replenished that line at one point. Can you tell us what the total that sort of flew through that line was for the year?
Yeah, so we started the fiscal year with $250,000, which is our typical practice. We exhausted that before free cash was certified, and we replenished it for an additional $250,000. So in total, we've spent $500,000 through that line item for various projects throughout the year and various, needs.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Feldman.
Yes, thank you. Would the $151,000 from the short-term principal line affect any credit or budget? Is that a typical amount that we would be looking at transferring out of that in a fiscal year?
Yeah, that is somewhat of a flexible line. There's $410,000 left in that line. After this transfer of 151, if it's approved, that'll leave us $258,000 in there. The use of that will be to pay down previous loan authorizations that are general fund in nature. In our case, we will use that remaining balance to pay down additional principal at the dollar store purchase to try to pay down that loan order. Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam President. And Mr. Ailes, I apologize if you mentioned this already, but just to make sure that I'm clear, it does seem like a pretty notable shift in the city's charter school assessment. Is that just due to enrollment figures coming in after the original cherry sheet estimates were given to the city versus where we ended up at the end of the school year when DESE took those numbers to put the assessment together?
Yeah, just to give you some perspective, it is enrollment and it is per pupil expenditures. In FY22, DESE reports we had 12 students for a per pupil cost of $16,100, and they base the preliminary budget on that. So when we come before you to approve a budget and anticipated spending, it's based on last year's numbers. And then in October, when enrollment figures come in, they update those figures. And so this year, we've got 18 children at a per pupil cost of $18,300. And so that's where the significant adjustment comes from.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ailes.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, councillors. Any other questions or comments from councillors? Mr. Perry, anything you'd like to add?
Very quickly, Madam President, I do support the proposal as I wrote to you. It's important we understand that we have to eliminate deficits in any municipal budget, and because if we don't, we have reduction of free cash. So they're doing the right thing. There's sufficient funds there. I recommend adoption of the proposal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Perry. Short and sweet on that one. Any members of the public who wish to speak in this public hearing on order number 153? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing on order 153, and councillors, I would entertain a motion to approve this on the floor.
So moved.
Second?
Any further discussion on this one? All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. So that carries 8-0 on order 153, and it is approved. Thank you very much. With that, I'd like to shift us slightly. At 7:30, I will have to pause just to open and then recess the final public hearing. I'd like to shift us to go back to our presentation spot, and this is the presentation from HRNA on our equity audit report. I know that Mayor Cahill has joined us. Thank you very much, Mayor. And I did want to take a moment to acknowledge members of your team, Mayor. I did some, and then others have come in, so I just want to mention and thank those who have come in since I went through the first round of names. Laura Delakai, our health director, is here with us. Thank you very much. Arena Keefe, our sustainability director, is here with us as well. Wangari Fahari, our DEIB director. Wangari, I actually gave you a shout out, but you were here and then you had stepped out, so I'm doing it again because now you're back. So Wangari, thank you for being here with us. Bruce Doig, our Parks and Recreation Director, is here with us as well. Jim Butler, Inspectional Services, is here with us. And Pauline Texera from Human Resources. Thank you all for being here. I think that means I got all of the members of your team, Mayor Cahill, between my 2 rounds. And I do know we have many members of our Human Rights Committee as well who have joined us. And thank you all, not only for the work you do on the committee, but also for being here this evening for this presentation and for the work that we'll do together going forward. With that, Mr. Mayor, I would invite you to kick us off with the presentation and then turn it over as you see fit.
Sure, I'll try to be quick, and if Wangari could join me. We just want to, let me just give you a couple quick reminders, right? We, together, with the council's approval, we conducted the racial equity audit over about a 1.5 year period and finished that off with a strong suite of recommendations last summer. And the consultant we used, HRNA, is the same consultant we now have re-engaged for this phase 2 of taking a number of the recommended action items and putting them into practice. So we're very excited to have them here. We've been talking about this for some time, getting them here and having the chance for them to present to you, share with you what's going on, and have a little bit of a conversation. As you can imagine, when we said, let's look in a mirror at how we in city government are doing our work and what we can do better in terms of how we try to build a community in which there's true belonging for everyone in the community. That was really the goal. And as I said, HRNA are tremendous, and they'll do a much better job of explaining, but I just want to point out a lot of great work has been done by city leadership, by our many department heads and staff in working with HRNA. We've got a great set of recommendations to work with and to move forward with, some of which we've already been working on for sure. So let me just ask Wangari to say a quick hi, and then we'll turn it over to Lydia, Gaby, Kayla Jaffe, and Jewel Evans from HRNA. Wangari?
Thank you. And Ms. Fahari, before you start, I just want to mention also Dave Gelano, our purchasing agent, is here. I apologize, Mr. Gelano. I lost you a little bit behind Mr. Layton and Mr. Lanzikos, but I'm glad to have all 3 of you gentlemen here. Thank you. I apologize, Ms. Fahari.
Thank you, Council President. I am so grateful to be here to kick off this council presentation. My name is Wangari Fahari. I'm your DINB Director. Thank you for this opportunity to work with you. I see this as a necessary journey, and I'm so grateful for this support. Again, we keep reminding ourselves that this is not just the DIB Director's job. It's not just one-ended, that this takes a two-way street. So I would like to welcome HRNA, who we've met a good amount today. We spent a really good amount of time in the past to get this to fruition, but more than anything, it's the amount of time we spent today, and I'm so excited for you to hear what we have been experiencing. So I'd like to invite Lydia. Thank you again.
Thank you. And thank you so much for being here. We're excited to hear your presentation. I just wanted to mention, so when I have to rudely pause you at 7:30 just so I can open and recess a hearing, that you know it's coming, and it's not because I'm not interested in what you have to say. We'll get right back to it. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Madam President, and hello, members of the council. We're very excited to be here with you all today. As Mayor Cahill mentioned, it's been a long time coming as we have kind of taken on this work. So what I'm here to share with you all today is a presentation where we'll go through a little bit of an overview about what we've done so far. We have planned a little bit of back and forth discussion, so we'd like to spend some time sort of opening up for a question and answer with the council to talk about some of what we have done and where we are planning to go next as we bring this work into implementation. So I'll try to go through the presentation portion fairly quickly. Hopefully I can get through what we can before the 7:30 mark, and then we'll pause for recess and maybe come back for further presentation and question and answer. So first, a little bit about HRNA Advisors. I want to give a quick overview of who we are. HRNA is a consulting firm. We've got over 40 years of work in economic development, real estate, and public policy. We work across the country, but our particular team has a lot of experience working with municipal governance across the country and thinking about how to take on the work of diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging, and thinking about how to create not only important initiatives that can create impact for communities, but thinking about systemic change and how we can embrace this kind of mission across city government. So this is a little bit about us as an organization. In particular, I'm highlighting here a couple of projects that our team brings to bear as we think about this work. I led a process in Gainesville, Florida to redesign their comprehensive plan to really embrace racial equity, thinking about the next 30 years of growth and how the city was embracing racial equity as a driving force behind a lot of the decisions they would make about how the city developed and grew over time. I'm joined here by Kayla Jaffe, who has been working in concert with our team with Los Angeles County Department of Regional Planning on embedding racial equity within their strategic planning processes. And we've done a number of projects across the city government for Dallas, Texas on embedding racial equity within their economic development policies and supporting them in implementing it. So these are just a sampling of some of the different kinds of efforts that we're involved in, and we're lucky enough to have the opportunity to bring some of those experiences to bear here in Beverly, and happy to kind of talk more about some of what we've learned, and we'll be sharing some of these best practices with the city as we bring the work into implementation over the next series of months. So getting into what we'll be talking about today, we're first and foremost going to share some of the insights, a high-level overview of some of the findings from our racial equity audit, some of the strengths and opportunities where we can continue embedding equity into the work of City Beverly government. Second of all, we're going to be providing some updates about where we're going to go next. How are we going to bring this work, as Mayor Cahill mentioned, into the next phase of implementation? And our last bullet here is talking about some back and forth that we'd love to have with the council, talking about the role of city leadership in helping to embody this mission of equity and inclusion as we think about decision-making, creating a culture of accountability around these types of concepts. So first, an overview of phase one of our work. We really began this work assessing, with this mission, of assessing whether and how institutional racism and unconscious bias influence the policies and practices of the city of Beverly. This was an inquiry that we began the project with. How can we uncover where there are opportunities to rethink city policies and practices to ensure that institutional racism and unconscious bias are not unduly influencing the work of city government or city services? And really what the goal is, we've got a definition here from the Government Alliance on Race and Equity. This is a really sort of seminal organization across, working across American cities. And the definition here is very important. The essence is that racial equity is when race can no longer be used to predict life outcomes, and outcomes for all groups are improved. One should not be able to look at some statistics to say, well, because this particular demographic is associated with, for instance, this particular area of the city, that is correlated with poorer or lesser life outcomes. The intention of racial equity work is to ensure that outcomes for all are improved and to eliminate those kinds of correlations that really shouldn't determine how far you go in your life or how well you can, excel in your own achievements. We wanted to pause briefly on some of this, highlighting a couple of statistics, kind of reflecting on kind of where the city of Beverly is today. So over the last decade, the city of Beverly has grown, adding residents to the city. Nearly all residents are non-white, but there are disparities that exist in terms of the outcomes and opportunities for families and individuals who call the city home. So here on the left, you can see median household income by race. On the very left, you can see the median household income for the city at around between $80,000 to $81,000 a year. And further to the right, you can see that Black or African American or Hispanic or Latino families can claim a median household income from between 54 to 29,000. So visually you can see the disparity that we can correlate to the race and ethnic background. In addition to that, on the far right, you can see the share of population in poverty. These are drawing from American Community Survey numbers from 2019, so there have been changes, as we all sort of acknowledge over the past several years, but you can see pretty starkly some of the disparities of where, at the very bottom of that right-hand chart, around 8% of the city's white population is represented as in poverty, and at the very top you can see, for instance, 41% of the Hispanic or Latino community would be, represented in those poverty statistics. So some pretty dramatic figures to really give us a charge to say, this is work that not only is important to do because we think it's important from a moral standpoint, but when we look at some of the numbers, it really bears out that these disparities are prevalent across the community, and it really kind of grounds our work to say, how can we think systemically and holistically about what are some of the driving factors and causes behind those kinds of numbers, so that not only one area or one department is addressing them, but we're working together in concert to kind of think about how we can create an enabling environment for everyone to live a good life here in Beverly. So what exactly did we do? Here is a slide that shares a little bit of our methodology that we took as we undertook the audit. So as we designed an audit is a process where you understand particularly how a system is serving a particular community, for instance, or you're doing a deep dive analysis of a particular system to understand where the intention of a policy or a protocol is creating outcomes that are disparate from what you had intended. So the way that we approach this particular audit is in identifying a couple of different city departments. We can't audit everything. We wanted to kind of take a sampling of functions across city government to really do an analysis and understand where are there opportunities for us to grow and further embrace this mission of diversity, equity, and inclusion and belonging. So for time, I won't read all of the words on these slides, but I'll give a quick overview that the intention of these bullets are to share some of the specific audit questions that drove our investigative analysis. So within each of these departments, we identified a specific audit question, and that drove our collection of documents, information, and interviews with city staff to really uncover where are there opportunities for us to do more? Where are there disparities with this particular system that we're highlighting? And what does that tell us about city government, city services, city protocols overall? With that information, we applied a methodological framework to evaluate sort of our current status of where are we today and where can we grow. We have applied a three-part evaluation system where if a particular set of departments and their findings landed in the number one category, that means that there is a priority for us to create new systems and to take on new work where we can create equity, that is allowing for this particular function to embrace a new mission. We say here that the department in this number one category does not yet have the systems in place to meet diversity, equity, inclusion goals on that specific topic. If they've received a number two evaluation, that means that they have systems in place to support diversity, equity, and inclusion, but they can continue the work. They can build on that momentum and ask deeper questions to make sure that those systems are even more impactful. And if they've received a number three evaluation for that particular category, that means that they might be on the leading edge of this work for the city of Beverly. And they can, not only continue that work, but build on that work by sharing it with other city functions and think about, are there opportunities for others to benefit from the kind of expertise that they've built up in that particular area. So that three-part evaluation system has been applied to what you see on the left, a series of questions. We ask about the people of Beverly, the practices of Beverly, and the policies that are in place today. So this is an overview of kind of a system-wide report card that we developed using that evaluation system. And so you can see across the top of this table here, the 7 different departments that have gone through the audit process and the series of numbers 1 through 3 across many of these different rows highlight how each of those departments scored under that particular audit question for that functional area. So again, for time right now, I won't go through all of the results here, but we wanted to share with you all today the findings overall for this kind of analysis. And when we look at a table like this, you can see, for instance, across the first row, there are trends that come to bear that say, not only are we do we leave with observations about any one particular department, but there are opportunities citywide to make improvements in some areas, and there are other areas where the performance has demonstrated more strength. So I'll begin to go through some of this. I don't think that I'll make all of it before the 7:30 mark, but I'll give an overview of what these next slides contain. We wanted to talk about the people, practices, and policies that demonstrate how the City of Beverly is functioning today in those particular departments. And on the right-hand side, we've got a series of high-level findings that are citywide findings. These are some of those things that are clear to us looking across the board about areas where there are opportunities for growth and further investment in diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. And these are some of the findings that we can come back to for further discussion to make sure that we're unpacking and understanding some of the implications of these kinds of takeaways. So briefly about phase 2, where we're going next. Our hope is that by next year, we're beginning the work now. By next year, we perform better on the next audit. The intention is for us to, develop a series of interventions and programs that allow for us to reflect on the results of the past audit and say we are substantially in a better place, both in terms of each of those departments having made strides regarding those specific findings, and for some of those citywide trends that we have, again, made gains in sort of identifying what's the next step for us to bring us further into the leading edge of what's possible for diversity, equity, and inclusion on those specific findings. So a few of the goals are listed here. At the end of this engagement, city leadership and staff would have increased fluency in these kinds of concepts. There is a widespread alignment across city staff on knowing how to embrace these kinds of missions within their teams. Why is this a continued priority? There, in 2024, is hopefully an expanded roster of what we're calling here equity champions and advocates, people who are engaged in leading the work across city government in advancing the kinds of initiatives that we're identifying and talking about today. And fourth, there's meaningful, measurable progress on some foundational initiatives. And I want to rest on that word foundational. We know that much of this work is expansive and takes much time to actually accomplish, your ultimate objectives of eliminating disparity. But what we're intending to do in this year of work is begin to set foundations for that continued progress. How do we lay the groundwork for us to continue in the dialogue that's really important to explore possibilities and see what's really going to have the impact that we'd like to see? So again, for time, I won't go through all of the bullets here. I think we want to describe some of the activities that we're going to be taking on. But for each of those goals, we've identified some specific activities that we'll be undertaking with city leadership and city staff to identify what are some of those foundational efforts that we can put into place, what are some of the strategic initiatives that we can begin to undertake to advance the work of taking action in response to the audit findings. So here we're pointing out some of the specific activities would include strategic planning exercises. They would also include facilitated workshops and discussions. Additionally, what we want to result in at the end of this process is a set of clear priorities, a timeline, who's leading the work, how are we working together, and what are we using to define progress and success. Having that kind of clarity by June 2024 would represent a series of foundational elements that are required for us to take meaningful steps forward and to have a set of accountability metrics that we can use for continued dialogue, in particular with our community members and impacted populations. And this last slide here that I'll do before we recess briefly is a little bit of our discussion about leadership and the role of leadership. And we can come back to this slide for discussion, but we wanted to point out how important it is for city leadership and everyone who's involved in this work to have a clear purpose and a clear vision so that they are able to provide a tone and a culture for the entire city organization, that this work is important, that it pervades all of the work that we do and how we prioritize our efforts and our funds and our resources. that we are moving forward in a way that develops champions, that develops additional leaders over time who can really spearhead the work and move it forward, that we are measuring and recalibrating over time because we know that we need to be flexible, and that we're creating accountability at all levels to this new mission. So with that, I'll pause and we can do our recess and then we'll come back for discussion.
Thank you so much. We will be right back to it. Just take care of this piece of housekeeping so that we can move this public hearing a little bit. We'll come back to that as well. So I will open our posted public hearing on Order 162. Ms. Dixon.
Order that the City of Beverly City Council hold a public hearing on Monday, June 26, 2023 at 7:30 p.m. at 191 Cabot Street, 3rd floor, Council Chambers live stream on BevCam regarding a proposed amendment to Chapter 270, Vehicles and Traffic, as summarized generally as follows. Amends the fines for overtime non-regulations device violation from $15 to $20 and the fine for regulation device violation from $20 to $25 and creates a fine for overnight parking violation in the amount of $25. Chapter 270, Section 63. Redefines off-street public parking lot, MPL-A, as located at the rear of 218 Cabot Street, Dollar Lot, to located at the rear of 218 to 226 Cabot Street, Cabot Lot. Chapter 270, Section 66B2G1. Redefines off-street public parking lot, MPLB, as located at the corner of Chapman Street and Federal Street, Dollar Lot, to located at the corner of Chapman Street and Federal Street, Chapman Federal Lot. Chapter 270, Section 66B2G2. Redefines off-street public parking lot, MPLH, as located at the Cabot Street Public Landing Lot, to located at Cabot Street Lot, Harbor Master Lot, and Bridge Lot, Waterfront Lot. Chapter 270, Section 66B2G7. Amends the hours of operation of off-street parking regulation devices in the waterfront and Summit Congress lots to Sunday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Holidays are free. Also prohibits overnight parking in the waterfront and Summit Congress lots between the hours of 1 a.m. and 6 a.m. Chapter 270, Section 66B2. Creates an off-street public parking lot located at Water Street Restaurant Lot, which is time-limited parking in which parking a vehicle for a period of time longer than 3 hours is prohibited, and in which overnight parking between the hours of 1 a.m. and 6 a.m. is prohibited. Chapter 270, Section 66B2H. Excludes the waterfront, Summit, Congress, and restaurant lots from the off-street public parking lots for which employees of businesses located within the downtown Beverly Parking District may purchase a parking permit. Chapter 270, Section 66B2C. The full text of Order 162 can be read at the City Clerk's Office, Beverly City Hall, 191 Cabot Street, Beverly, Mass., Monday through Wednesday, 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., Thursday, 8:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m., and Friday, 8:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. Ordinance to take effect upon publication and final passage. This was published Friday, June 16th.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dixon. With that, I would entertain a motion to recess this public hearing to 8:10 p.m.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Thank you. So we'll pick that back up at that point and see where we're at with our presentation from HRNA. I will mention that any members of the public who wish to speak in this public hearing can sign up at any point on the piece of paper in front of Ms. Dixon, and we will take public speakers in the order they are signed up. So we'll recess that public hearing and return to our presentation. Thank you.
Madam President and members of the council. So we're pulling back up the slides shortly for anyone to take a deeper look at those details. So we'll have that to refer to in a moment. But, wanted to begin this as a dialogue where we're really sort of reflecting on the moment. Again, I think this is an opportunity to kind of dive deeply into diversity, equity, inclusion for the city of Beverly that is unique. We are in an important moment in this country and sort of thinking about what does systemic change look like and what's possible for these kinds of efforts. And the city of Beverly has, taken a bold step forward in thinking about embracing this kind of initiative to think broadly, not only about equity and inclusion in any particular department, but across departments. So I would propose that we go back to some of the phase 1 findings and sit with some of the specific details that are listed here, because I'd like to make sure that members of the council and the public really fully understand some of the findings that we have taken away from our phase 1 efforts, and we can begin the dialogue reflecting on some of the specific findings that are listed here. So I'll begin first with a little bit of verbal voiceover to what's on this particular slide. We've got 3 slides that go through, again, people, policies, and practices. It's a little bit difficult to see on the overhead projector here, but on the left-hand side, we have an explanation of the driving questions behind our analysis under people. How representative is the staff in the department relative to the diversity of Beverly residents? How much training and support do staff receive in supporting diverse communities that they might be interacting with? Thank you. And so when we have these driving questions, the way that we sort of divide our findings is represented here on the right. The first major finding is that the City of Beverly staff do not yet represent the growing diversity of Beverly's resident population. And so this is important because representation is one of the ways, only one of the ways, that allows for us to ensure that we're equitably serving and diligently understanding the diverse needs of the populations that we, work to serve. So some effort to be made under representation to understand how we can better represent the needs and desires and intentions of our different communities. Under expanding staff capacity, we wanted to really understand how prepared are we to engage with the community around many different topics as providing in the work of providing everyday city services. And as we bring in new city staff, how prepared are we to ensure that if we put into place things like standards or common protocols for how we hold ourselves accountable to certain kinds of behaviors and kinds of interactions with the public, how prepared are we to hold ourselves to those kinds of standards or protocols? And so some of the findings here are important for us to address as we think about how to best move forward. The first finding is that there's very little documentation today about practices or protocols. Many people who work in the City of Beverly have worked here for many, many years, and when new people are brought on, there's a lot of, this is how we do things here, I'll verbally explain it, but not a lot of written documentation to say this is how things are done, and that makes it difficult to hold anyone to a set of standards or protocols. Nothing's written, everything is discretionary. So that's not an all situation statement, but it is something that's very important contextually for us to bring up about both the culture of City of Beverly government and where can we move forward and make advancements in terms of equitably serving everyone. In terms of training, we found in our phase 1 audit that the city does not provide targeted training, social supports, or incentives, thinking about long-term retention of staff with different backgrounds. So when thinking about how we not only hire diverse and representative body of staff, but how we retain them for the long term, this is an area for us to kind of think intentionally. How do we retain those staff that we're bringing in? And the third finding here is that although there are many professional networks that city staff are participating in, there is an opportunity to be better connected to those kinds of networks that can provide resources and support, particularly around diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. There are many cities and jurisdictions, municipalities across the nation that are taking on this work, and being better connected to those efforts can provide a community of support to think about how this work can evolve over time, because we know there's no one-size-fits-all solution. So on practices, the driving questions here are how accessible is the department to diverse community members? How well does the department communicate services to members of the public? How well does the department gain awareness of and understand the needs of diverse community members? So under accessibility, what we found is that accessing existing programs, resources, and services is often complex. And so, there might be barriers that people are experiencing in understanding how to navigate, particular city processes. And a good example of this is permitting. If I want to, hold a picnic in the park, how do I understand exactly the bounds of what I'm able to do or what I need to get a permit for? These kinds of processes can create barriers for certain of our community members that we can address. So thinking about the second finding, English is also the primary language for the vast majority of government documentation, and there are very, few resources existing today to translate those documents into other languages. So what we found is, individual teams making strides and efforts to do translation for the communities that are trying to access those documents, but this has particularly been a large focus of some teams in the city over the past year and a half or so to try to increase the language accessibility of different documents that people need to access. In terms of reaching out to diverse audiences, there were a lot of questions in our Phase 1 audit about how to do this better. We're saying here that the city staff lack the expertise and the resources to implement new approaches to better reach those who have been historically underrepresented. How can we do this better? I think we got a lot of questions about what can we do more of, or how can we add additional resources to make sure that we are prepared to do the kind of outreach that would allow for us to better represent everyone's interests. And the last one here, building and holding relationships. Most residents, as we sort of had uncovered in Phase 1, feel or are disconnected from staff and decision makers. It might be unclear to them who within each department is responsible for building community relationships, or how we hold those relationships over the long term. And what that creates is a situation where some residents feel that they can call up their representative, can contact those departments, can access those services, and others don't know where to begin. And there's an opportunity to kind of think differently about how city staff and leaders are reaching out and connecting and building those relationships and holding them over the long term to build trust and rapport. And just to the last set of findings here, this one is on policies. How does the driving questions are underneath, how does the department incorporate diverse perspectives and feedback in the development of new policies, programs, and services? How are we gaining input as we go through that decision-making process? How well does the department respond to the urgent needs of our community members? Are we really getting to some of the urgent issues and priorities? Are we addressing their big problems? And the last question is, how accountable is the department to track and report information and metrics about how we're moving forward on our goals? So our first principle here is about designing inclusively and effectively. So the finding is that the design of our policies, programs, and services today is primarily serving those vocal constituents who show up to meetings that are able to get their voice heard, right? And those who have traditionally participated in the policymaking process. For instance, they have access to things like town hall meetings. That's who we're able to really get input from and design policies to serve. And there's, I think inherently a gap within that statement about those who are not able to participate in those kinds of venues and provide the kind of input that would inform how those policies, systems, or services could better serve them. The second kind of tentpole is solving big problems with urgency and agency. Again, how are city services, systems, et cetera, supporting the biggest problems that people feel are really important today? People are really struggling with certain kinds of issues. Are our services effectively targeting and addressing those concerns? So, what we found is that there are very few tools or resources to really measure, are we making a difference on those quality of life improvements? How are we ensuring, as we do our work, as we alter programs and services, that we're creating an opportunity to address those disparate outcomes? So it's really the tracking and data and reporting that's set up for us to reflect on some of these major issues that's missing today. But there's an opportunity to bring that into our systems. And then the last one, again, this is about tracking and reporting and disaggregating the data to understand where we're making progress. While some departments are required to do this kind of disaggregation and tracking, many are not. And because we lack that kind of data, it's very difficult to track resident outcomes, user experience, et cetera. And so, these findings across all three policies, practices, and people share some areas where the city can take specific and strategic focus to create new systems, to create new cultures, and to enable specific efforts on particular topics that can improve quality of life. So with that, I'll take some questions or open up for a broader discussion about what we found during Phase 1 of the audit.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that presentation, which was extremely helpful just to begin to open up more to all of us in the room about what was found. And I'll open up to the council. Are there questions or comments based on what we've seen? Councilor Rand.
Thank you. And so many questions and comments, but I guess I'm going to try and remain focused. And I will start by saying thank you for the presentation. It was well worth the wait, and I'm so excited and honored to be sitting here as part of this process. So thank you. I guess I have a question about training, and we've been talking a little bit about training and retention in the past few weeks with our budget process. I'm wondering if sort of the findings and recommendations, is that training specifically on DEIB issues? Is it training to kind of retain employees comfortably? And I guess my third sort of pocket for training, does it consider training to help kind of create a pathway to employment? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Rand.
Thank you for those questions. I would say that training, as discussed in these findings, is a broad topic and does not only include training regarding greater fluency around diversity, equity, and inclusion and belonging, but a whole host of different kinds of trainings. So what we would recommend is exploring how to bring additional capacity to the body of city staff and those who are interested in becoming members of city staff around these topics, as well as you'll sort of look into the one that's about very little documentation exists today, creating a set of standard practices or protocols that help us to establish how are we participating in public dialogues around our city services? How are we exploring new, ways to form relationships and to form policies based on those relationships? We believe in this work that training can be a fundamental and ongoing initiative that the city undertakes to make sure that all city staff and leaders are fluent in how these kinds of topics apply across a whole host of decision-making areas, and also represent an opportunity to think about how to support people in becoming members of city staff in the future. So it's something that we are planning to explore further with the city staff team in phase 2. Exactly what does city staff training include? How does that, specifically create a series of outcomes that people are looking forward to when they think about the impact of this audit? So I would say it's not any one particular topic that we're referring to. It's a whole host of different issues that we believe the city staff need training on, but that would be phased over time and developed with the kind of all the practicalities of understanding the day-to-day work and capacity constraints of our departments and teams.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor. Thank you. Councilor Feldman.
Yes, thank you. This is more of a comment. I had the privilege of serving on the task force that was working on the audit, and I just want to commend both the administration and all of the department heads for the amount of work that went into this, because I think I started off the first meeting by saying I really don't like just talking about things, and I needed to know that I was going to be part of a team that actually did work and continued the work through when it wasn't as fun to talk about the work at a certain point in time. And I was so impressed with the commitment by from both the consultants and the administration and everyone in the administration and the department heads at the amount of, they were given homework. Like that first meeting was a lot of actual policies and deep dives into what would be viewed as probably boring work, but so much more effective and important when it comes to actually trying to look at these issues that we face as a city going forward. So I just wanted to commend the city for the work and the department heads that everyone did on this, and I'm really excited and honored to continue on as part of the next phase. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor Feldman. Other questions or comments? Councilor Bowen.
Thank you. Wanted to thank the team for the presentation and for all the work that went into it. When I read the report last May when it came out, it was really nice to have some of that sort of on paper in a format that we could all refer to. It was really helpful in last year's budget process, since it hit about the same time, to be able to start conversations with department heads about how they'd be investing resources in sort of taking an diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging lens to their work. We were able to use that same kind of structure and language in this year's budget hearings. One of the things I've noticed, well, it's really helpful to have that sort of shared resource and something we can point to that has, external best practices behind it and sort of an outside look at what's happening within the city. There can be a tendency to then sort of wait until we're told what to do next before taking some of those steps. So as you think about engaging in a second phase now, a year later, and looking at the path ahead, I'm really excited by the goals that are there, and feel like, we've been taking some of those strides already. I'd like to see us move more ambitiously, and not be held up entirely by sort of needing external consultants to point to great things that other cities are doing, since we do have access to some of that in networks that we're involved in as well. So would love to hear how you're thinking about that sort of acceleration, what we've learned over the last year as well, and how we walk that line between drawing on your expertise and not being held back by a fear of taking small actions where we see them available to us.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you for this question, and I want to start by saying I really want to kind of uplift and commend a lot of the work that has taken place over the last year or so, because it really has been, encouraging for us over the past day to really hear in detail about some of the great work that has already begun as a result of some of the findings, and had begun even before we had produced the audit report. So, as we think about taking the next steps into phase 2, I want to underscore that the intention of this work is not for us to insert our priorities or to say these are some of the things that elsewhere they have done to address these kinds of issues, but to meet our departments and our staff and our community where they are, as we say. And by saying that, what I'm implying is that the ability of our team is in bringing to bear some of these best practices and resources is to support and build on the momentum that has already begun in the departments. So what we've begun over the first day of a 2-day trip from our HRNA team is to come in and really understand where are we a year into responding to the audit. And as we understand and uncover some of the momentum, some of the gaps, some of the priorities of the teams that we have been engaging in and will be engaging in a new round of, we're calling the core team, the set of departments that we'll be working with over this next phase 2. The intention is for us to work with them to identify some specific initiatives that might be building on work that they've already begun. It might respond to some of the things that they have gotten stuck on, where those kinds of best practices can help them to break through and develop new solutions. But ultimately, in our support, what we're intending to do is to build capacity and to build the ability within our body of staff to take on this work for the long term. Again, a lot of this work is about building foundations for the long-term process of change, which takes place over many years. So our work in phase 2 is about setting some critical foundations for a continued dialogue that will take place over many, many, many years. The work of our team will be about building that capacity within city staff to take their own leadership and move initiatives forward in concert with community members. So, I think the work of our team will, again, not be about bringing our priorities to bear and bringing those examples of how to take that next step, but are supporting our city staff in taking forward the initiatives that they have already begun even further and identifying where there are gaps that could address urgent priorities, where they might be stuck on where that next step might be, and preparing them to identify those kinds of things in the future so that they wouldn't have to wait for a consultant or an external body to come in and give them those kinds of suggestions in a future phase.
Thank you, Councillor. Other questions from councillors? Councillor Rand.
Thank you. I have another question. I guess I'm just really excited about phase 2 and the nitty-gritty of what can change in the next year and beyond. So my question is about tracking and data and reporting. And I'm so curious to know if there are kind of existing systems that the city is already using that can just be sort of expanded on, or sort of like almost their practices that just need that one step to sort of take us to the next level of equity? Or do we need a total overhaul? It's okay. This is time to talk about it.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thanks, Madam President and Councilor Rand. I think the one department that we know gathers, tracks, disaggregates, reports on data more than any other is the school department, and that's due to a lot of statutory requirements. So they're really, they're the, I think, the model for us to look at. Now, we don't, probably enough said. I mean, that's where it's robust. And I think we'll be looking to Lydia and team to help us figure out, where and how we might take on some of that data collection and how to utilize that. Maybe one or two places initially, but, and then helping us to better understand, and our department heads can as well, where is there some data that we can look at that exists and kind of mine that data and try to figure out what that tells us as well. Is that helpful?
Yeah, it is. I do have a follow-up comment. And I think I want to be mindful of not excluding this body in this process. I think, we all have, there were some slides up there that really hit home, like we all have constituents, but not all constituents understand or know or feel comfortable reaching out and contacting us. So I think we're part of this process just as much as the rest of the city departments. Maybe even more so, because we can be that access to City Hall in a best case scenario. And then another comment I wanted to make, and maybe hear some of your thoughts, or through you, President Flowers, to Mayor Cahill. It seems timely that Phase 2 is starting while we're also planning the City Hall renovation. Some of these problems or areas to work on, to me, feel like they have a physical factor as well, or at least we may have the opportunity to change some of the way we appear to the general public. I even think of the artwork in this room as an example of where we can do better. Not that it's not beautiful. A lot of it is handmade and gifted, so it's not a judgment on the quality, but just how not everybody connects with even the hallway on your way in here, which we've spoken about before. So I think I'm interested in sort of the physical change of City Hall as well as the foundation of building on this equity audit.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you, Lydia. That's a wonderful question. And this is a conversation that we've had in Mayor's office so far. And we look at it as we are renovating, we get to build internally brick by brick as we are renovating also in the external sense. And another way to look at it is the interconnectedness that makes City Hall amazing is what we want to look at as well. So each department working together, the community also, this becomes a wonderful time to start reclaiming that trust that we are looking for between public and government, so that we have that government, public, together, we're thriving. That is why we added that B. And out. Then returning together in unity with belonging as our initiative. And I'm so grateful for HRNA to be here to support this initiative as we move forward. Did that cover it? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fahari. Other questions or comments from members of the council? Councilor Bowen.
Thank you. Another sort of nitty-gritty question. You mentioned the different types of training and support, both for new employees and sort of strengthening our onboarding and retention, but also specifically around diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging topics. And wondered if some of those conversations have started already that we as counselors might also benefit from programming over the next year, and how we're sort of working on that overall culture shift within the city.
Thank you.
Thank you for this question, and I appreciate the opportunity to address particularly this body about how we continue to build our fluency in these kinds of topics. We would absolutely love the opportunity to kind of come back or think about creative ways to engage the City Council in ongoing dialogues about what it means to hold ourselves accountable to these new principles or a new set of mission mandates, and what that means from a decision-making standpoint. So we are currently in the process of developing a series of workshops or training opportunities, kind of an educational series that'll allow for us to engage in kind of deeper dialogue about what diversity, equity, and inclusion and belonging can mean for different groups of city staff. And we're in dialogue with the mayor and others on his team and thinking about exactly who we bring those offerings out to. But City Council is absolutely on that list because we appreciate and recognize the importance of all aspects of city leadership in creating that mission and holding us accountable to those mandates. So we would absolutely love the opportunity to come back and engage in some educational opportunities with you all to explore what it looks like to bring DEAB, to the City Council chamber from your perspectives. So we plan on developing some of those offerings and would ask for your input as we do so.
Thank you, Councillor, and I'll just say that I look forward to that. I look forward to that ongoing opportunity. I think I speak for other councillors as well. I see a lot of nodding heads. But we'll be looking forward to having those opportunities to do more education, more training, and have further conversation with you all as we move forward. I'm excited to hear you say that that will be part of our work together. Other questions from councillors? I will ask a question. I actually had two questions. One, I think we started to touch on, or the mayor sort of pointed us in this direction, but I did notice on the slide where you had the different evaluation rankings, that one of the departments that did seem to have the leading edge, sort of 3, multiple times. There were others, I don't want to say that others didn't have that, but the school department did seem to be one where some of those systems were identified as potential leading edge systems. So I was wondering if you could just talk just a little bit more about ways that HRNA is or is not engaging also with our school department, or ways that our school department administration are engaged with our city staff here and with you all to help bring some of those best practices, learnings, and leading edge kind of components into the mix. So I'm not sure if you can just comment more on where the schools are in the mix of city staff and leadership.
Absolutely. I want to start first with a framework that we will be referring to on an ongoing basis throughout the course of this work, and the framework is targeted universalism. So the intention by saying targeted universalism is implying that we are universalizing the outcomes. For instance, in the school context, everyone in the 6th grade performs at a 6th grade level. That's an outcome at a minimum that we are hoping to achieve. And the universal aspect is sort of responding to the reality that not everyone is able to, achieve that if given, the same resources, and that we need to provide targeted resources to those who might fall short of those outcomes if we don't respond to the unique barriers and challenges that they face as they go through the school year. So targeted universalism is a philosophical approach to equity work that responds to the different types of supports that are needed in different contexts to get people to those kinds of outcomes. So I bring this up because, as sort of Mayor Cahill implied earlier today, the school department, in their particular form of accountability and from a compliance standpoint to universal outcomes, has been in place for many, many years. And so one of the reasons behind them being on the kind of leading edge of some of these things is because they have been required to track and disaggregate their kind of data and outcomes and provide targeted resources in response to gaps and disparities. And we have begun a process in phase 2 of engaging with the public school system in thinking about how can we bring some of the culture of accountability that has created to other departments. And so that isn't to imply that everyone will be held to the same kinds of standards and compliance protocols that schools will be able to, achieve through their particular processes. But we've begun conversations with BPS about how they can act as a leader, supporting city departments and leaders and bringing some of those kinds of practices into their particular contexts. And in our work, as we sort of bring out frameworks like targeted universalism, we are inspired by some of the work that's taking place in places like BPS to take some of the best practices that they are demonstrating in Beverly and thinking about how they might translate into other contexts. So there's a whole host of possibility here that we'll be exploring throughout phase 2, and we've already begun to do so even as of earlier today.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Other comments from members of the council or questions? If I could, I'll just ask just one other. I noticed, as I said, there's many members of our Human Rights Committee are here tonight. I know you talked about increasing numbers of diversity champions and leaders in the city. This is certainly a group that has played that role in different ways throughout it, sort of since its inception. But I wondered if you could just talk a little bit about roles or places that you see for groups like that, and for other residents who may not be department heads, who may not be themselves in a role that we've touched on yet, but how they can sort of be engaged in this work or become that group of champions that you were talking about?
Thank you for this question, and I want to start by saying that in all of this work, we are kind of encouraged by the efforts and initiatives of the city in sort of thinking creatively about how to bring in and uplift public voice in new ways. One of the things that we have, discussed with the, team with Mayor Cahill is thinking about how we can identify new formats to bring in public voice as we think about where should our priorities be. What's most urgent? Because we know that the perspectives of city staff and HRNA are not sufficient alone to make those kinds of prioritization decisions. Where can our most impactful efforts be targeted? So throughout the course of Phase 2, one of the things that we're thinking about as we design the specific and detailed work plan we'll be developing over the next several weeks is exactly to this question: how are we bringing in public voice for this particular process? And in addition to thinking about specific touch points we'll be designing with members of the public throughout the course of our engagement, we're also going to be thinking about the relationship in a systematic fashion between city leadership and these kinds of bodies and structures, because we would like for not only us to do this in this particular contract, but for the city on an ongoing basis to have formalized relationships between members of the public who are gathered in these kinds of committees and the kinds of decision-making processes or prioritization processes that can reflect and respond to those concerns. So I would say we're responding on two fronts to this charge that we take very seriously about engaging with the public. We'll be designing some specific touch points to bring in members of the public as we decide on how to take action and take these next steps, and we'll be thinking with the mayor's team about how to create those kinds of systems and supports for the long term.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that, and I'm glad to hear that that's going to be part of the work. I think it will benefit our community in many ways. Mr. Mayor.
Could I add a thought to that?
Please.
But still wanting to give Lydia the last word, so please. So the scope of our work in these two phases with HRNA is about race equity in the city government, right? And yet, we don't want to be small in our goals, right? So it's about the whole community too, and it's about the many ways in which we're diverse as well. So just to have said that, right? I mean, this work is every day, and this work is both in the functions of city government and in the whole of our community and all who make up our community. And I think the critical importance of it is that not everybody in this community can fully engage. Not everybody in this community can be assured of being represented in all conversations and decision-making processes, and those are the kinds of things that we really have to change. So, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Bowen.
Thank you. Maybe just a comment to build on that sort of line of thinking. I think one of the reasons we were also excited to have the presentation here, have it broadcast on BevCam, is because we want to be partners in inviting more people in. So I know, the example of thinking of all of our boards and commissions as part of city government, not just an extension, not just a consultation, but actually part of the definition of city government. And, have been really happy to be able to work with department heads in the mayor's office on publicizing more of those vacancies and actively inviting people in. So for anyone who's watching, that active invitation is out there. And I think the more we can model that in every meeting, and I know we try to, and I appreciate all of the council's support on that, and working with department heads. I think the more we do that in every setting, the better. And so just wanted to not pass up the opportunity to do that while we have an audience who are paying attention to these issues, and really just invite more feedback to us as counselors, to this process, to all of the arms and branches of city government that we are trying to make more accessible. So.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Any final questions or comments from members of the council? I don't know if you had any final thoughts or comments for us. This has been an incredibly helpful presentation, and what is just one step on what will be more conversations and more work together. But I've appreciated this. I don't know if you have anything else for us as well.
Well, just on what Councilmember Bowen has mentioned about encouraging additional participation and input into this process, we absolutely welcome that kind of feedback and input, and we have welcomed it from the beginning, and will continue to do so as we begin to build a reflex to continually ask those kinds of questions and welcome in those kinds of participants. In addition to the kind of welcome, I'd like to also extend an offer for some time to troubleshoot some of the barriers that might stop people from participating in those kinds of settings, because we also take very seriously the challenges anybody might face in wanting to participate but not quite finding the way to, or not understanding if that's an opportunity that's really suited for them. So any requests for accommodation are also welcome for us to sort of receive and think about how we can take input from anyone and everyone about how to move forward best in this work. So with that, I wanted to just thank everyone again for the time today in embracing this conversation to kick off our phase 2 of this type of work. We look forward to further engaging this particular body as well as members across the Beverly community in thinking about taking action in response to the audit and setting some foundations for many years of progress that we can support as well as can be taken on by the council, city leaders, and community members at large.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. I did just notice one of our Human Rights Committee members, Lisa Raymond Reed. I know I saw your hand up. I'd like to invite you to come to the podium if you have something you'd like to add to the conversation, please. And if you would do it from the podium for BevCam to be able to pick up as well, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, thank you. My name's Alyssa Raymond Reed. I'm a resident in Beverly on Lothrop Street. Nice to see you all. In my new capacity as the newly appointed HRC committee member. Thank you so much for that fantastic presentation. I know as a new HRC member, I haven't been part of the last year of progress on this, so I had some questions I wanted to ask since we didn't get our chance to meet with you one-on-one earlier, and I hope we can still do that with your team. It would be a great opportunity. We're a group that's in an inflection point ourselves, sort of rethinking our role, and I think you brought up a great point about that being a piece of the pie here, of thinking about the different formal policies that are on paper in terms of what each committee's designated authority is, certainly by statute or charter, but then also what are the practices and how do we communicate with each other? And I know that the mayor is doing some thinking about that as well. So looking forward to talking more about that in this phase 2. I did want to, since we didn't have our time earlier, I thought it might be helpful to the council to read a few questions that I just jotted down and have it be on the record and on BevCam, since it's accessible that way to more people. So these are just some of the questions I jotted down. I really have a million questions, and I know that I'll get to dig into some of this more later. But one of the questions I wanted to start with was the role question, and I did want to think about or ask, when you're doing your consulting work, is it customized for each city, and or is it also looking at comparables across different cities? And what are those in Massachusetts specifically? Are they sort of like cities, like similar demographics, similar population size, similar city charters, municipal organization? I was just sort of curious, those comparables. I wanted to, well, the mayor jumped right into this, and I just wanted to ask more about what other areas of diversity you were looking at. So when you were doing the audit, are you looking just at race and structural barriers there? Are you looking sort of more broadly, and is it equal, or is it sort of more focused on race and then peripheral after that? I was curious also, when you're making recommendations or when you're at the recommendation phase, are those based on best practices that have been already aggregated and looked at, metrics, as you mentioned, sort of how are those metrics being developed, or is it mostly theory? So in other words, DEI right now is still balancing between doing pilots and sort of experimentation, and there's certainly a lot of feedback that we're getting that trainings are not working, or that the metrics aren't there to support certain kinds of trainings. So when you come up with recommendations for our city,
are those primarily based on what you see the problems and gaps are here and what are the best practices that have been informed by research, or is it based on theoretically what you think would be best, more aspirationally, but without yet the data? And it would just be helpful to know sort of where those different spots are, so that, at least in my role on the HRC, and we're going to be cheerleaders for this kind of work, where are we cheering more pilots in theory, or are we cheering sort of tried and true things that we know if we resource them, we kind of have some predictive sense of whether there's going to be an outcome that we can count on. So I'm asking all of that, and it really circles back to also what is the best role of an HRC or other influencers or partners that you're going to have in this work in the city. I would ask City Council to be asking all these questions as well, and to help work with the HRC as we're working with the mayor's office to figure out who we are and what our relationship is to our DEIB director, who's also new. And again, can that be informed by best practices? And we don't really need to wing it. We can really use what's out there and sort of see what's the cutting edge, but maybe also customize it in a way that's really uniquely tethered to the heart and soul of this city. Thanks so much.
Thank you. So I need to reopen the public hearing that we recessed. This is the public hearing on order number 162. And Ms. Dixon has read that order. So we will be picking up with this public hearing. But I do want to say again, thank you to HRNA, thank you to our Human Rights Committee. Thank you for the conversation that we've been able to have this evening. And we look forward to the ongoing conversation and within our Human Rights Committee as well, some of that conversation that was opening up as well. So thank you. Are there members of the public here who wish to, well, I'll rephrase that, but members of the public who wish to speak in the public hearing on order 162 can sign up here on the sign-up sheet in front of Ms. Dixon at any point.
President Flowers?
Yes.
I'm curious if maybe we could take, you may already be thinking this, but I'm wondering.
I believe we're thinking the same thing. Yes.
Dan.
So I would entertain a motion, Councilor Ren's reading my mind, for us to take a brief 5-minute recess to allow for people to sign up, for us to reset, and also for folks who want to stay can stay, and folks who would like to go can go.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Good night, thank you. So we'll call the council back to order and pick up with our public hearing on order number 162. I see our Assistant City Solicitor, Jesse Dole, is here. Mr. Dole, we'll turn it over to you to get things started.
Good evening, Council. As you remember, I was before you in the fall, I think late summer or early fall. We passed you passed a number of amendments to the downtown Beverly Parking District Ordinance in various parts of the city. Some of which had to deal with some of the parking that's down around the waterfront and the municipal marina. So, in the process of continuing to see how things develop by season, by use, by the impact of the new restaurant at 1 Water Street, we're continuing to address concerns and some pressure points, I think, in the parking in that area. So that's what we're before you tonight to discuss. I can start with sort of the easier of the amendments, which have to deal with some of the naming conventions for the different off-street municipal parking lots. And as I said, these are very simple. We're doing some cleanup. Obviously, with the dollar store no longer being in operation, it would, I think in future years, some residents and other people aren't going to understand what you mean by the dollar store lot. So we have renamed the main lot behind 21826 Cabot as the Cabot lot, as opposed to the dollar lot, and also the lot that's on the corner of Chapman and Federal as a Chapman Federal lot rather than dollar lot part 2, or however people may have thought of it. And also add some clarity to the parking that's around the Harbor Master building, the marina, under the bridge, and now that since eminent domain taking of the former Rowan's property, to clarify what we consider that waterfront lot, which would be the old vestigial Cabot Street as it turns past Rowan's, the area under the bridge that is Mass DOT property for which we have an easement to use for public parking, and then the lot around the Harbor Master building. Just to, rather than call that the public landing, just refer to that collection of lots in that area as the waterfront lot. And also, now that the former McDonald's property is no longer a gravel lot with a disused fast food restaurant in the middle of it, and part of the terms of the Chapter 91 license in order for the restaurant to operate there was that parking lot would have to be open to the public, not limited to restaurant patrons. So we have created the Water Street or restaurant lot, which, unlike the other off-street municipal parking lots, will not be regulated by a pay kiosk, which is part of the need to provide that parking, allow that parking to be used by the greater public, similar to any other Chapter 91 licenses where you can't restrict the use by the public. So moving backwards from that, from those amendments, again, some minor, or not complicated, I shouldn't say minor, not complicated amendments. And again, to try to encourage some turnover in either parking spaces that are just time limited or parking spaces that are time limited based on actual regulation device that you have to pay for. We've increased those fines from $15 to $25 for a non-regulation device overtime violation, and from $20 to $25 a regulation device overtime, and also created, and I will get to where this would apply, an overnight parking violation in the amount of $25. That'd be a new violation that we've created. So moving to the substantive changes for the off-street parking lots, from a very easy perspective, I've replaced where the public landing lot is referenced at, and now calling it the waterfront lot. And previously, those previously had not been subject to regulation devices until the most recent amendments that were voted on last year, where we created for lack of it's referred to in different ways. They call it the anchor lot, they call it the creamery lot. It's referred to technically as the Summit Congress lot. That and the now waterfront lot, we created from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Saturday, Sundays free, that would be subject to, actually, you'd have to pay pay to park in those lots. We've now expanded that based on some issues with capacity, turnover, need, that would be 7 days a week, Sunday through Saturday, and expanded that 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. And that was, from the perspective of the engineering department, traffic enforcement, and some concerns of people in the area, that we hope that will provide some turnover, that you won't have people parking there from 8 in the morning, and then coming down at 4 and throwing some meter throwing some money in the meter. We've also, as to the water, now the parking lot formerly known as the Harbor Master lot, now the waterfront lot, and then the Summit Congress lots, to prohibit overnight parking there. Again, to just make sure when that 8 a.m. time rolls around, or the 8 p.m. time rolls around, we don't have people that are basically choking up these parking lots by staying there overnight. And that some of that was also my understanding, and I hope I'm not misspeaking, is that some of the use of the marina also, where people would pull in and leave their car there and go out in their boat for an unknown period of time. So I think that, and tied to also, as you know, for municipal off-street parking lots, we do allow residents and employees of businesses in those areas to buy a permit to allow them to park there, park in those in off-street municipal lots. We are excluding the waterfront, the Summit Congress, and the restaurant lots from the ability for employees of businesses to be able to do that. I think there was a feeling that with the limited parking in those areas for the restaurant lot, the waterfront lot, for the Summit Congress lot, to make the priority for either patrons of, whether it be the Anchor or the Mission on the Mission restaurant, or residents that need to find a place to park, to keep employees from tying up those spaces, and allowing, again, more turnover and more use for the general public. I think that as in summation, the amendments to these ordinances that are before you tonight. So I'm welcome to answer any questions any of you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dole. Members of the council, are there questions for Mr. Dole? Councilor Rand.
Thank you so much. I guess I just wanted to start by, and maybe it's in here, I just didn't see it, but I know some of these lots where they won't have overnight parking are places where people have commonly used for snow parking.
I thought I'd prepared well and that I could answer every question. So I could get back to you on that. I know that when there is a snow emergency declared by DPS, that some of these things sort of go out the window. I can't answer that. I could probably answer that in a very short period of time. I just, off the top of my head, I can't remember the ordinances that apply to a snow emergency parking ban and what happens in the event that in those events. So I could get back to you on that.
Okay.
And I know that those are, a snow emergency parking ban is a very finite period of time that happens. And I know usually we try to lift that by the morning so people can actually start parking on the streets. So I apologize, I can't answer that.
It's okay, we're far away from snow. Yeah, we're getting closer to it every day though. Yeah. So, and I do want to just comment that I know that probably if it wasn't spelled out here and people used the DOT lot, the waterfront lot for snow ban parking, it would probably be fine, but as the city councilor for that area, I would be much more inclined to support this if it was spelled out and sort of very clear so that I could point to the policy to say, yes, absolutely, you can park there overnight.
Mm-hmm.
In case of a snow ban.
And I know there's also, there are some parts of the ordinances that deal with either, definitely on-street parking, when there is a ban. So I can look into that, and if it turns out that something further needs to be done, I would hope when we get back in September, I would be able to, get on my horse and get that done before the snow hits the ground.
Thank you. Thank you, Counselor. Other questions from members of the council? Counselor Bowen.
Thank you. I had the same question as one, and I think also just a more fundamental question of what problem are we trying to solve with the overnight parking ban? In part because when I think about public parking lots, we're trying to balance a lot of different uses, right? So supporting downtown businesses is one, supporting access to the waterfront and all its many uses, including boating, is one, supporting residents who may have guests, who may have driveways they want to do things in and put their car someplace for a while. Like there's many, many different uses we're balancing. And I just didn't see what was different about those lots overnight that requires a change that also maybe comes with some unforeseen consequences.
So I as to those lots, that prohibition on overnight parking is really just for a 5-hour period of time from 1 a.m. to 6 a.m. This was something that originated through engineering parking enforcement, that whether it be people that go to the restaurant, decide they leave their car there overnight, or people that are, whatever purposes they may have, what we're trying to do is ensure turnover in these lots, because what the problem we have is if somebody is camped out in these spaces too long, they deny parking either for customers of some of the businesses down there or other people that want to use the amenities on the waterfront. And I'm not sure if the mayor would like to step in at this point, but.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Sorry to have come back in the middle of the question, but I think I understand the question. So, unlike the downtown lots, we have a specific, one, this is our first summer with the new restaurant. So we have the new restaurant, the existing restaurant, we have all of the commercial and recreational boaters, and the rest of the community who wants to come down and enjoy, for various reasons, a stroll along the waterfront, casting a fishing line down off the pier, any number of public uses that we want to support. One thing that we do need to be concerned with in this instance is that some of the regular activity of the recreational boaters is to go out overnight, go out in some instances for 2 or 3 or however many nights. And so in those instances, we're asking them to make other arrangements than to park in a municipal lot down at the waterfront. And so that's really the genesis of this and the point to it.
Did you have a follow-up, Councilor Bowen?
I did. Well,
I couldn't tell if you were formulating a thought.
I appreciate that. I personally don't find that a compelling reason yet. If we're finding that's the biggest of the problems down at the waterfront, that the competition for overnight spots or the competition for spots at 6 a.m. is the biggest problem, we'll be very happy to solve it later in the summer. But at this point, have not yet been convinced. But I had some other questions as well about just the sort of structure of this set of
If I could just
changes.
respond to that, we're not worried about 6 a.m. We're worried about somebody taking up a parking spot for multiple days. When the point of these parking measures is to ensure turnover, regular turnover. There are a lot of people who are going to want to be down at the waterfront all summer long for a lot of purposes. So again, we didn't think it was unreasonable in this instance for that request to come to you folks, and the purpose being that when somebody's going out for a 2 or 3 night, even 1 night, but a couple of days, a few days to leave a car in that lot, there can be another arrangement that they make instead of doing that. So again, that's the point of it.
Great, thank you. So a couple of other questions. With the change to that 4 to 8 becoming 8 to 8 and starting to include Sundays, those restrictions, though we passed them last fall, I think didn't really go into effect until just the last couple of months. So wanted to know if we have some data on what's happening so far. And then also what the additional cost we're anticipating for enforcement will be to have somebody on duty an extra day and covering more territory during days for the other lots.
As to the need, the necessity for that 8 a.m. start rather than 4 p.m., it's the observation of the impact of the restaurant that's now been open for a couple months. Continuing, and there have been ongoing issues and concerns in that greater area for quite some time. So, it does seem that we just did the 4 p.m. start, now we're moving to 8 a.m. because we're continuing to try to craft these ordinances to, as the mayor said, this is about turnover and providing spaces that allow as many people as possible that want to use these resources, whether it be the restaurants, whether they be the businesses, whether it's residents that need to find a place to park temporarily. We're continuing to try to improve the ultimate goal of turnover and providing as many spaces as possible.
And I don't know if you already recognize George Solari, the parking control supervisor, but this is really more to give George and his team the flexibility to enforce at different times. Not that necessarily there's going to be enforcement every hour within those hours every day. It's more the flexibility in scheduling and, addressing and responding to what they're seeing out there.
Thank you. Other questions or comments from councilors? Councilor Rand, and then we'll go back to Councilor Bowen.
Thank you. This is just sort of a infrastructure-related question. I know the Rowan's building came down today, and I'm wondering when you anticipate that parking actually coming online. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Mr. Mayor.
Yes. So we will have that space. The goal is to have that space available for parking by the end of this week. There is a need to do some further work with the State Department of Environmental Protection on a final stormwater management plan. So they won't be fully grading and paving until that's agreed to and installed. So it's really right now about having leveled the building and just making sure that the site is safe and appropriate to park on. And as I said, the goal is that parking will be available by the end of this month, which is the end of this week. So.
Getting there.
I know, thanks.
Thank you. One follow-up. And I just sort of to piggyback on the questions about timing for the overnight parking in the restaurant lot. Typically, we're not seeing our boaters, either commercial or recreational, using that lot first thing in the morning. But I sort of wanted to point out that 6 a.m. would be a late start if you were heading out to go fishing. So I don't know if you talked about that amongst yourselves while you were crafting this, or?
Well, if you're, and I'm just clarifying, are you talking about the commercial fishermen?
Sorry, I'm talking about the restaurant lot, the Water Street restaurant lot. It sounds like you cannot park there between 1 a.m. and 6 a.m. Is that accurate, based on this amendment?
So with that particular lot, the proposal before you is that nobody can park there for longer than 3 hours at any time. So that's not a lot that the commercial fishermen will be looking to park in. Okay. And to your first point, you're right. We know a lot of commercial fishing activity starts. They may start at 3:30, 4:30 in the morning. At the same time, there are some commercial fishing boats that may go out at late morning or noontime and be out overnight. Now that's a different dynamic. We're looking at the commercial fishing differently than we're looking at the recreational boating.
Follow-up. Thank you. And I guess, sorry, I didn't express my train of thought completely clearly. I'm also really thinking about recreational fishing that happens down on the waterfront, and I'm wondering if 6 a.m., I don't know, just sort of thinking about the timing of those limitations and people who like to go down to the pier and fish. Thoughts about how that might affect that process?
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you.
Are you speaking to the kind of annual run of the squid and the late night into the night, through the night fishing that's very popular at that
That's a
point?
late-night crowd, and also could be an early morning activity for other types of fishing. Yes.
I think what we see is there's a season, and it's fairly brief, and it brings a lot of people down there, like kind of into the night and through the night. I think we can exercise discretion and not do any enforcement at that point. Right? 'Cause I know what you mean. There's a group of folks who come down, and that's why they're there, and they look to take that particular yield of squid, and it's so yeah. I think it's as easy as we wouldn't look to enforce on that group of folks as they're there, right?
Thank you. And just in light of the conversation we just had, some of the interesting things that were brought up by HRNA were that written policies are often a way to build equity into city government. So I think it's important to make the exception to allow for fishing and squidding, and I also think it's important for us to maybe find a way, whether it happens today or further down the road, to find a way to put that into policy to make it very clear that this is allowed and it's an exception, that we are gracefully and making and acknowledging that this happens, and we know it happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Bowen.
Thank you. I think two more questions. One is just also related to the timing. Is the new restaurant anticipating any challenges with their primary lot being time limited when they start having large-scale events in their event space? And how are they seeing things working with their employee parking and employee shuttle system?
Thank you, Counselor. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam President and Counselor. So a couple things. In the work that we did with Environmental Affairs several years ago to amend the agreement for the parcel, and then in RFPing out and working with the Mission Boathouse Group, it was always anticipated that there would be a time limitation on parking as a way to ensure turnover. The 3 hours where we landed in talking with the restaurant ownership, and they felt that's workable. I will say as well that with the third floor and with special events, they're working hard to, in booking those events, to encourage, and it sounds like it's becoming really a part of their own policy, is for those groups to not all drive onto site, one or two or three to a car, but rather to be bussed in or trolleyed in, or I mean, it's interesting how they're working it. They recognize the need to bring a lot of people there other than via, private passenger vehicles. So they're working that with some of the events. But back to the time limitation, that's the number that was landed on. It seems workable. Oh, and you asked about the shuttle. It was one of the, orders of conditions of the planning board that they need to have an off-site plan, and they do, and they have struggled to find a vehicle. I got a text from one of the owners today that they secured their vehicle. So, we've been pushing on that, saying that needs to be sorted before we get to summer, and here we are. And so, thankfully, they're in a position to ensure that their staff are off-site parked and shuttled back and forth.
Please.
So it sounds like we haven't yet seen what it's like to not have employees on site. My last question, I think, was somewhat unrelated.
They have been parking off-site, but I'm not sure. You made a statement that we haven't seen the benefit of them parking off-site. I think what's probably more accurate is they've had some staff off-site, and some staff they need to convince to go off-site. And now that they've got the shuttle in place, I think they're in a better position, and we'll see the benefit of that in full.
Okay, great. So I think it will be helpful to be able to see that really play out before we make major changes to the public access there. But my other question thanks to a constituent who was reading more carefully than I was, it seemed that a few of the amendments that we passed last fall were not reflected in this version. And so I just wanted to make sure if we pass more, how these get layered on together and where those are captured.
So I've addressed that with the clerk, Lisa Kent. Apparently, E-Code 360 is not completed. There was the original proposed amendments that was brought before the council. There were some suggestions made by the Parking and Traffic Commission that were passed. I resent that communication with those amendments. And in speaking with Ms. Kent, we're going to make sure if these amendments, however many, all or some, are passed, there would be when these do go to E-Code 360, there's going to be we're just reminding you haven't included the amendments that we had to the original order that I think was 272 or something like that last fall. So I caught that when I first sat down to look at this. I noticed, you can see there's some fines that are missing here and a couple other amendments that were made that rather than, I wanted to put before you what you find on E-Code 360 right now. The things that are missing are not implicated in these amendments that are before you tonight, but that was, I did reach out to Ms. Kent, and it's E-Code 360, I think, just being a little behind the times on getting those included.
Thank you. Other questions or comments from councilors? Councilor Rand.
Thank you. Last one. I just wanted to say, while I have the opportunity, that while I think there are maybe a couple details in this that I'd like to see, but I just want to say that overall, the hustle that the administration has put forward to get the kind of restaurant lot in order with policies around it, to increase the enforcement for the generally for the parking enforcement department, which I know has gone through staffing changes, and it's not easy to make that happen. And then also to bring on the waterfront lot, to expand the waterfront lot. Those are all really needed efforts, and this could have taken a lot longer. So I'm really thankful that this was a priority and put forward before the summer months really got into season with boating, and just wanted to say thank you for that.
Thank you, Councilor Rand.
Thanks.
Let's go to members of the public. Ms. Dixon, would you pass me the sign-up sheet? And I will mention as well that members of the public, if you haven't had a chance to sign up yet, you can still raise your hand after we take the 3 who are signed up. We'll go in the order that folks are signed up. And if you would begin by stating your name and address for the record, and then Councilor Rotundo, if you wouldn't mind helping out, if you would just keep time at 3 minutes, and when you hear Councilor Rotundo's timer go off, if you just draw your thoughts to a conclusion at that point, you don't have to cut off right at that moment, but if you could draw your thoughts to a close. Mr. Finn, I see that you're already up there and ready. You are the first speaker. I'll turn it over to you. Name and address for the record, and then
Thank you, Madam President, members of the council. My name is Dan Finn, F-I-N-N. I live on Front Street. I have various interests in what we like to refer to as the basin. We're very cognizant of what is going on down there. We had Councilperson Rand come down to talk and meet with several neighbors. A few are here tonight about potential resident parking. It has been very, very hard since the restaurant opened. But that's not why I came tonight. I came to talk about the Harbor Master lot, which the planning board counted towards the restaurant parking, even though its primary use was the Harbor Master's lot. The square footage of floor space in that building and all the moorings and all the boat slips, they all have in this zoning a tick off for how many parking spaces you have. So that's a primary use. I don't know if Ms. Nguyen is still here, but if she is, she knows the zoning better than anyone in this room, and she could tell you that all the spaces in the Harbor Master's lot were generally taken up by the Harbor Master's activities. Okay, so that, changing it to the word public lot is a disservice to what it's actually supposed to do. But the main reason I came, and the creamery lot was double counted, as everyone, whoever went to the planning board knows, at those meetings, they counted the creamery lot parking, even though virtually everyone in the room acknowledged it was 100% full with anchor patrons, which is only natural because it's right across the street. Okay, but the real reason I came was because the Mission Boathouse lot, I have the lease right here. I have the lease. It's a standard commercial ground lease, very standard, nothing unusual about it, which is what they call triple net in the industry, which means that the Mission Boathouse leased the space and they have to pay the city rent. I might argue about the amount, but that's not the purpose I'm here for. I'm here because Marty Bloom in the Mission Boathouse is in charge of policing his own lot. This would be like, if the city decided to take over the old Bay Bank lot that has, if you notice, 7 or 8 signs that says bank parking only, you will be towed. Well, that's what Marty Bloom has to do, or the Mission Boathouse, excuse me. He needs to police his own lot. My concern is by making it a public lot, Mr. Bloom will not have to pay real estate taxes on the land, which of course he does, right? He will not have to plow it. He will not have to maintain it. He will not have to do the grounds care, right? And you guys are going to send somebody there to kick people out. That should be his responsibility. He's got a standard triple net ground lease. You don't see any other business in the city that has somebody taking over all his responsibilities. And then another reason you don't want to make it a public lot is it would allow any other developer to count those spaces as per our zoning, and they could use those spaces like maybe the marina or maybe somebody else. So the point is that we don't need to do any more of his work. He's already got the sweetest deal in the history of deals, right? We don't need to give him parking maintenance. We don't need to give him free grounds care. We don't need to give him free snow plowing. We don't need to. Okay, so thank you for your time, and it's really important that the city solicitor considers how much you're going to give him before you just change the name of it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Finn. Our next public speaker is Brian Butler. Mr. Butler, if you'd begin, I know I just gave away your name, but restate your name and then your address for the record, please. And then when you hear Councilor Rotundo's timer, that will be your signal just to sort of begin to wrap up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Brian Butler. I live at 7 Davis Street. It's right down in the waterfront area. I have the same concerns that Mr. Finn has it seems like last year we gave Mr. Bloom, the chief's deal, the cream of the crop in a deal, and now it looks like this proposal is going to give him back everything he gave up to get what he wanted. His operation has had a vast effect on our property, just with people coming and going. We had a long conversation one afternoon with Councilor Rand, and we explained a lot of those things. I'm sure she shared them. With regards to enacting laws that you're already deciding not to enforce, I find that problematic. No overnight parking unless it's okay. We just listened to a very long thing about DEIB, and that sounds to me like it's problematic to enact a law already deciding that you're not going to enforce it. Nobody will understand how that is going to come about. The only other concern I have is that's it. That's all I really had for concerns.
Thank you very much, Mr. Butler. The next public speaker is Virginia Hartnett. And if you would as well state your name and then address for the record.
Virginia Hartnett.
Thank you.
I live on 7 Front Street. The back of my house has another address as 3 Water Street. Okay? So you know before that they did a traffic study. They were supposed to do another one, and it was an E. So we have a problem with traffic down there. Another thing I wanted to know if anybody did a study on who's really using the lot other than the restaurant patrons. Has anybody done a study? And I want to know why they're not paying for parking. I mean, who's the restaurant benefiting? Is it doing any benefits for the city of Beverly other than putting traffic? And another thing is you kept, what's her name? Hannah, you said he was supposed to be shuttling his, not the patrons, but he was supposed to be shuttling all his employees. He is not. And I have pictures on my cell phone. And I have them walking over there and going in. And they're taking up all our spaces on Front Street. And that's wrong. Totally wrong. And it's all his employees. And they start at 11 o'clock in the morning. And another thing, with this paid parking, I want to know who is enforcing the time for 3 hours. Who's doing it now? And why is it from 8 o'clock in the morning to 8 at night? When it should be 11 o'clock, because the restaurants open at 11, and they don't close till 11. So if someone gets there at 5 o'clock, that goes, they can stay there all night. So who's doing that? Who's patrolling the parking? And how do they know that they're only there for 3 hours? So no, it's like no one's doing anything. They're taking up our parking spaces, they're noisy at night, the traffic's bad, and you don't live in our area, you have no idea what it's going through. There's traffic all the way down to Lothrop Street every night. The light, whoever made that light, who's in charge of the light? There. I don't know why you can't take a right. Sometimes there's no cars coming over the bridge for minutes, and you can't take a right, and you're stuck at that traffic. So, you guys just have to go down there and study it, because most of the people that are parking there are for the restaurant, and you should be charging them. Put a kiosk in there. How else are you going to enforce it? And 8 to 8's not going to do any good, because when you look at that parking lot, and I can see it from my house, no one gets there till like 11:15. So 11 to 11, that's when you should be doing it. 11 o'clock in the morning till 11 p.m. And I think you should look at the traffic light.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hartnett. Are there any other members of the public who did not get to sign up but who would like to speak? Please. If you would begin with your name and address for the record, I know you know this drill, and then you have up to 3 minutes when you hear Councilor Rotundo's timer, if you would just use that as your invitation to draw your thoughts to a close.
First person, you haven't outed my name and address before I arrived at the lectern.
Thought I'd try to be better at leaving the suspense for you all.
Susie Lamont, 20 Porter Street. I have a suggestion on clarification in this ordinance. I really appreciate that you're renaming the lots to be more intuitive. However, MPLA lot, which was the dollar lot, you're suggesting to be called Cabot lot, and MPLH, which was Cabot Street, is now called Cabot Street lot. And I think that is going to be a, ooh boy, trouble. Cabot Street is 5 miles long, and so the Family Dollar parking lot, to define it just as the Cabot, I think is pretty broad, and I think you're going to run into trouble referring to it as the Cabot lot. We have a Cabot Cinema, we have a Cabot Lodge, we have Cabot Street, we have a Cabot House. Where's the Cabot lot? I just think maybe a little bit more clarification. That's just my suggestion. Huh? Oh, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Lamont. Any other members of the public who did not sign up who would like to speak in this public hearing? I was going to just repose some of them on behalf of the public, but if you would like to come to the podium. So I guess I'll just say for all of us and those watching, sometimes public hearings are unusual because speakers are directing their comments and questions essentially to the chair of the meeting. And then, so that's why you're not hearing people respond when that's your 3 minutes, and that's why you're not hearing anyone responding with crosstalk, but the council can now pose those questions back on your behalf, or the mayor has already stood up to answer some of those that he heard. So, Mr. Mayor, I don't know if you had some that you wanted to just address. I jotted them down as well, so.
Sure, a couple that I remember. I think it was Ms. Hartnett asked about enforcement currently. So we're asking for the council to approve a 3-hour limit in that lot where the restaurant is. There's no enforcement of that now because there's nothing on the books. So if they approve it, we'll start, it'll be our parking department, which is within the engineering department, that will begin to do so. It's only a time,
I
limited.
just need to
so-
make sure we don't have crosstalk because the
Yeah.
viewers on BevCam just can't catch the whole conversation.
So because it won't be a paid lot, it'll be time limited, and there'll be no need for a kiosk. It was raised by a couple of the folks who spoke that there's a concern with control of the lot and responsibility. Yes, the ground lease includes the lot, and if you approve this, the solicitor's office is working on language for an agreement with the ownership at Mission Boathouse that would make clear that it remains their part of their leasehold and would only be for purposes of enforcing the time limit and not for any other purpose. So we would make sure that that was clear in any agreement and would protect the city's interest against what the residents expressed as a concern, and I appreciate them bringing it up because it is something we have to make sure that we get right, before moving ahead. And then, what were some of the other questions, Madam President?
Has there been a study of? Oh,
I'm sorry. I've got the other one I remember is that the point was made that staff are parking either in the lot or in the neighborhood and walking to work at the restaurant. For that reason, Mission Boathouse does not yet have their permanent certificate of occupancy. They're still working on a temporary certificate of occupancy. There are a number of issues that they need to finally address. We have a meeting coming up later this week with our inspectional services director, city engineer, planning director, and me to go over, really, you might call it a punch list of remaining things. And one of them is that absolutely their staff are supposed to be parking in a satellite lot away from the waterfront, which they have an arrangement. And now that they've got the van that they've been looking to secure, we're going to be pushing to make sure that they are shuttling before they will get approved for their permanent certificate of occupancy. It is a condition that they agreed to when they were approved before the planning board. So we have to make sure that they comply with it.
Another of the questions was, has there been any study on who's using the lot other than restaurant patrons?
No study. We've seen, we know some of, we know that it's patrons, we know that it's staff of both that restaurant and other businesses in the area. So if that's helpful to know that we've got a sense of that. And then I know there was a question about the parking study, which they are going to be bound to conduct a second traffic study, a second traffic study. Mm-hmm.
And I think you did address this, or you began to touch on it, but just for clarity, the question about a private lot becoming public, so in terms of plowing and maintenance and those kind of topics.
Correct. It'll be clear in the agreement that none of that will take place, that'll be the responsibility of the Mission Boathouse ownership, and that the lot, for all other respects, other than this traffic enforcement, is their responsibility.
Thank you. And I guess the other question that I would just reflect back, this might be more for Mr. Dole, but it was Ms. Lamont's question about just the possible confusion of the naming of the lots.
So what is in parentheses is how the lot is referred to as its title. So MPL-A, Municipal Parking Lot A, the rear of 218 that is the location of it. How it will be referred to in any communications on the website, parking, etc., will be the Cabot Lot. H, which previously had just been Cabot Street, parentheses, public landing, there's no other way I can't call it the Rowans lot. I can't, it's located on that little portion of Cabot Street that goes under the bridge into what traditionally is known as a Harbor Master lot. So we just try to identify, grouping them in as the waterfront lot would be that little Rowan's lot that's on that little turn of Cabot Street, the Harbor Master lot, which everyone recognizes, and try to identify, make it a little bit clearer that the bridge lot is what is under the footprint of the bridge, which is actually owned by Mass DOT, that we have a license to use for public parking.
Thank you. Councilor Bowen, I think I saw your hand.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to clarify, if we were to pass these amendments to the parking ordinance that designate the public lot before an agreement or amended agreement is signed with the current leaseholder, would the city be responsible in the interim time? It sounded like we would need to get the order right on that process to not put the city at risk. Just want to clarify that.
Thank you, Counselor. Mr. Dole.
So I'm not trying to split hairs here, but the ordinance doesn't say anything about the city will accept plowing responsibilities. All of those things are addressed in the lease that the particular title of what the restaurant association is. Those things are in the lease. There's no parachute clause in there in the event that the city decides to enforce parking there. So there's no need to get an agreement with the ownership of the restaurant if we're not going to have the authority to do this, to enforce the restriction on that lot. So right now, there's no 3-hour restriction. Right now, there's no restriction on other employees of businesses in the area. It's a free-for-all down there for both restaurant patrons and other people that are using that. So what we're trying to do is impose some order down there, but that doesn't, this ordinance doesn't have any language in there relieving the ownership of the restaurant from the things that they're obligated to under the terms of the lease. So.
Thank you, Mr. Dole.
Thank you. And I appreciate, because I am trying to split hairs because I don't want us to pass something without fully understanding it. So I appreciate the clarification.
Thank you, Counselor. Are there other questions or comments from counselors at this time? Okay. Are there other members of the public who did not yet get to speak in the public hearing who wish to? Seeing none, I'll close this public hearing on order number 162. We will take up order 162 for conversation and vote when we come back to motions and orders, which will be shortly. I do want to go to our citizen speaker, who I see has arrived, before we take a break for committee work, and then, Councilor Rand.
I'm so sorry. It just kind of occurred to me that I did have just a question about logistics. My understanding is it takes 3 readings to amend an ordinance. Can you just clarify what reading this?
I can.
Thank you.
Mr. Dole is up there, so he may correct me, but this would be the third. It's the third time that this ordinance has appeared on an agenda. It is its second reading for a vote, so it is available for final passage this evening.
Okay.
Yes, so upon the council cannot act on proposed ordinance amendments on the filing, the night of the filing. So it takes 3 meetings, but not 3 readings. So the first, when it appears on the agenda the first time, that is the first appearance. The second appearance would be the first reading. The third appearance would be the second reading and final passage. This is just the public hearing scheduled on this usually happens on the first reading, but with the weight of the agenda the last few weeks, it just ended up being the public hearing fell on the night of the second reading. So.
Thank you. Thanks for that.
Of course, happy to provide some clarity. So I would like to allow our citizen speaker to have a chance to speak, and then we will take a break for some committee work and then take care of these final votes, including Order 162. Mr. Miller, I see that you're here. You're signed up as our citizen speaker this evening. You have, in this role, which for everyone who may be watching, citizen speaker spots are available at any of our regular council meetings. There are up to 3, and you can sign up by contacting the city clerk's office no later than 9:30 the morning of the meeting and indicating that you would like to speak, and it's first come, first served. Mr. Miller, you are our one and only citizen speaker this evening, and you have up to 5 minutes to address the council.
Thank you, Madam President and Council, and thank you for your indulgence. I'm late. My mushroom substrate steamer overheated, but I'm here. This is a speech that was given by Arnold Schwarzenegger at the Austrian World Summit on June 13th of this year, and I will, of course, read it in Arnold Schwarzenegger. I'll give you my best impression. Just kidding, I really won't do that.
I was a bit nervous.
I won't do that.
People ask me why I'm always smiling at environmental events. When I look back at the past 20 years and see how far we've come in California, how could I not smile? A few weeks ago, I plugged in a huge solar roof on a 180,000 square foot warehouse at, I don't remember if I gave you my address, Wayne Miller, 5 Pasture Road, if I neglected to do that. A few weeks ago, I plugged in a huge solar roof on a 180,000 square foot warehouse at the port in Los Angeles. It was made possible by California's Million Solar Roofs initiative. While I was there, I visited the startups inside that warehouse and saw the future: robots, clean cement, sustainable seafood, and companies making power from algae and waves. I can't stop myself from smiling when I see all of the progress toward a green future. And I have to laugh because 20 years ago, when I ran for governor, environmentalists didn't really buy in when I said I'd be a green governor. The conservative who drives Hummers and blows up everything in his movies, give us a break, just another empty campaign promise. I wasn't offended by it. I understood it. I was a newcomer. I was an outsider. I knew that my administration would have to do the work to prove the naysayers wrong, and over the next 7 years, that's exactly what we did. 1 million solar roofs. Our historic plan to reduce pollution by 25%. Stronger tailpipe emissions standards, a renewable portfolio standard to replace coal and gas with wind and solar. As we accomplished all of that and more, environmentalists stopped looking at me with suspicion and started hugging me, using my movie lines and inviting me to speak at clean energy summits all over the world about the California model. There is an important lesson here. I want you to remember to keep the doors of our environmental movement open to the newcomers, the outsiders, and the newly converted. Outsiders always bring a fresh set of eyes to our mission. When I got involved, one of the first things I saw was that our marketing wasn't working. We were talking about climate change when we should have been talking about pollution and the 7 million people who die every year choking on air poisoned by fossil fuels. I still feel like a newcomer today. I still see everything with fresh eyes. Today, when I look at our environmental movement with those fresh eyes, I see a dire need. We need a new environmentalism based on building and growing and common sense. Old environmentalism was afraid of growth. It hated building. Many of you know this style: protesting every new development, chaining yourself to construction equipment, and using lawsuits and permitting to slow everything down. I have to be honest, I don't blame the old environmentalists. Back then, growth meant more fossil fuels, more pollution, more death. But times have changed, and we have to change with them. Trust me, you don't want to be the old, out-of-touch boomer asking for someone's beeper number or looking for a VCR to watch movies. It's time for our environmental movement to wake up to the new reality and to change and adapt. Growth doesn't have to be powered by fossil fuels any longer. Solar and wind now cost less than coal power. New electric car models are coming out regularly. Our progress is moving so quickly that it is hard to imagine how we could ever fail. But I want to be clear, we can fail, and if we do it, it won't be a failure of innovation. It will be a failure of not growing and adapting with the times, not listening to the people, and not using the tools at our disposal. It will be a failure to build. We can no longer allow red tape to hold our green revolution back. We can no longer accept years of environmental review, 1,000-page reports, and lawsuit after lawsuit keeping us from building. I want to be clear. I'm not just talking about building new highways or infrastructure. I'm talking about environmental projects. Throughout the United States and Europe, thousands of clean energy projects sit waiting to be built, delayed by bureaucracy, delayed by permits, delayed by old transmission lines. Delayed, delayed, delayed. In Europe, solar projects face wait times of up to 4 years. Wind projects can take up to 10 years. Germany just hosted an environmental summit where they called for a deadline to end the fossil fuel age. At the same time, they closed their nuclear plants to replace them with gas and dismantled a wind farm to make room for more coal. Is this a joke? In the United States, we have more than 2,000 gigawatts of almost completely clean energy projects waiting in line. Just to give you an idea of how much power that is, the entire current United States electric grid capacity is 1,250 gigawatts. We all agree that we are facing an emergency. Let me ask you a question. If you went to the hospital for a heart attack and they told you they might save you after waiting a few days, what would you say? I know none of you would put up with it. So why are we putting up with these delays in our pollution emergency? That's why today I call for a new environmentalism based on building the clean energy projects we need as fast as we can. We have to build, build, build. Recent reforms from the European Union to fast-track many of these projects give me great hope. I am proud of all of you, and I hope that my American friends are paying attention. The White House and Congress are now talking about reform. Good. Keep talking. Get it done. Don't let perfect be the enemy of progress. All over the world, we have to keep reforming the system to work faster. We have to stay on top of this. People are dying. That's why today I call on every government around the world to clear the path for green projects, start the building, and terminate pollution. I call on my environmentalist friends to move past the old ways and to embrace a new environmentalism based on clean energy growth. I call for change. Change is never easy, but this is an emergency, and this emergency demands action. Lives depend on it. One of California's most famous companies, Facebook, had an equally famous motto, move fast and break things. Let the slogan for our new environmentalism be, move fast and build things. Build a clean and abundant energy future. Build better. Build cleaner. Build now. Build, build, build. We can do it. We have the power. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Miller. Thank you for being here with us, and thank you also for being patient. The agenda is a little differently ordered than some nights. I know sometimes the citizen speakers at the beginning, so I appreciate that. Councilors, I would entertain a motion now to take a break to wrap up committee work, and then we'll come back and take care of this final business.
I'll move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. So we'll take a break. The only subcommittee with work on its agenda is Legal Affairs. So Legal Affairs will stay here, and other councilors, also as Committee of the Whole, stay here. Here.
Okay, we'll call to order Committee of the Whole and also the Legal Affairs Committee. I'd like to take up order number 181 first, and this is a request for a temporary waiver of the restrictions of section 113-2 serving alcoholic beverages on public property and section 253-24 for placement of tables on public sidewalks. And taking this one up, thank you, Mr. Holland, for being here for this evening's meeting. and waiting patiently. Though it was an interesting meeting, so at least
Very. Thank
you didn't, your time was well spent, I think. I guess, would you like to say a little bit about your request, and then I think we'll probably have some questions for planning director as well.
Sure. Thank you, Madam President. My name is Thomas Holland. I am the owner of A&B Burgers, 206 Cabot Street. I'm here to request currently a temporary approval to be able to put out sidewalk tables, to be able to serve alcohol on those tables, as we are a full-serve restaurant with a liquor license. We did this for the 2 years that the order was allowed during COVID, and though it was, at the time, we didn't have these beautiful new sidewalks, so we were on the street with the city-provided barriers, and everything went fantastic. We were able to generate a lot more traffic for our restaurant, people that weren't eating indoors at the time. What we learned this year was the amount of people calling us, asking us if our patio was going to be open again, that people really enjoyed being out there. It's become with Tartine, the porch at Bonefish Harry's, the waterfront, it's become a really big request from our guests. So met with Darlene and a member of the planning board, and we kind of discussed what we hope to do, and she guided me towards you and here to present this.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. Would you mind, Ms. Nguyen, I know you submitted some comments to us. Would you mind just sort of summarizing those comments for the benefit of the council and committee, the main sticking points?
Did you want me to get into any, Darlene Nguyen, planning director for the city of Beverly? You just want me to summarize the comment. Did you need me to summarize the process, or are we good with that part?
Please, thank you.
Just the solicitor's office and myself and Jim Butler, the building inspector, had got together after I met with Mr. Holland to figure out how we could take advantage of the beautiful new sidewalks and allow additional outdoor dining. We decided previously we weren't going to seek the full temporary waiver from council and allow outdoor dining on the public streets anymore. But there's some situations like this where it did pop up. And so our process was that each applicant would seek the waiver from city council. Then, as outlined in the letter, there's kind of a number of steps they have to apply to the planning department with the similar material that was provided in prior years under the temporary outdoor dining program. They also need, if they're serving alcohol, to get their liquor license expansion granted under the state's emergency order as well, which is continued for another year. And then also they needed to seek this waiver from city council for putting tables on public property and also for the service of alcohol, which are two pieces of the ordinance. And generally, so the process internally is for certain staff to review the applications based on compliance with rules and regulations and codes related to the city, and we're still undergoing that review, and we'll have a conversation with Mr. Holland, but generally it's been reviewed. There's a couple things related to basically making sure that the primary goals, and I think what council would also want, are they have to be compliant with the ADA requirements. And then, trash and safety, which we do have a series of standards that the applicant attests to. And then that gives us the hook that if things are not kept up to the standards that we expect, if there's a lot of trash, if there's dirt, if other things happen, we have the right to revoke it in that sense. Or to, of course, obviously we would try to correct it a couple of times first. But then if it continues to be a problem, we have the right to say that it's not working out. So the departments that reviewed it, myself, which my comments were mostly functional, but also just kind of confirming that ADA requirements are being met. Fire and police generally did not have comments this time because we're not using the street. Health department comments related to service animals, because it's referenced in the guidance, but that's something that any restaurant would have to apply to or conform with. Again, sanitation and cleaning up of the area every evening, and being responsible for removal of your own trash in the way that you would, I think, any restaurant. You know, we're not allowing trash barrels to be outside in that space, so all of the trash removal would have to come through the restaurant. The ADA requirements are generally a 4-foot clear path, and a 36 can be a pinch point, so like between like a tree pit or a light stand or anything. DPS did suggest that a 5-foot be the clear path that we enforce. It's not what's required, so that's kind of an ongoing conversation that we would need to have. But generally, the plan in most areas does meet that requirement, except for one area. And then the only other outstanding issue that would be addressed with the building department would be the number of bathrooms and making sure that they're in compliance. If they do not have, if they wouldn't have the bathrooms to provide the seats, they would, to meet the number of seats that they want to have, they would need to reduce the number of seats to comply with that. So, I think that's the summary.
Okay, thank you for that. Councilor Rotundo?
Mr. Holland, I know I briefly talked with you, and I know when we were talking, that one spot that I have concerns is the pinch point that Ms. Nguyen mentioned with the tree pit, where the tree would be going. And I believe it's 49 inches.
Correct.
How much would it affect you if we put a condition to make it 60 inches? I know we kind of said 10 feet. I think that was just, I think we were looking at the picture, and I think that was a little drastic.
Yeah.
But, 60 inches, which would add an additional 11 inches of space. I know there's some other shops in the past that I've received calls, only because I'm a restaurant owner and I get the advantage of having those phone calls, but also understanding from being a business owner and knowing that all the construction going downtown and how much it's affected the downtown businesses, that you need that additional space. Will that affect you greatly? Like I said, that's the only issue that I really have concerns and have been brought to attention by other restaurants that have outside dining where they've recognized a wheelchair or a double stroller having issues and feeling as if they're being pushed towards to the city street.
Of course, and thank you for that. I think 60 inches is a completely reasonable request. I don't see any issue with that whatsoever. As each area I marked out here where it says table 7, table 8, table 9, that was just the square footage of what I was giving for. The tables are actually 24 by 28, so they're much smaller than 72 inches, giving 18 inches generally on either side for the chairs to push out. I would still, even with that 11 inches, I wouldn't lose any of the seating there. It would just give more pathway for the public. So, yeah, that would be no issue whatsoever.
All right, thank you. That's it, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Sweeney?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any specific questions. And Ms. Nguyen, I appreciate the work you put into the memo that you sent us this afternoon. The one thing I'll just note, building off your comments, is we should probably make, if we are ultimately to approve this waiver, make it conditional upon review of the building inspector and in particular the plumbing inspector. I know the capacity issue with regards to the number of bathrooms is one thing we want to make sure we don't approve it without that follow-up inspection. So that's really the only comment I have, is to just make that conditional if that's the path we take.
Okay, thank
If
you.
it's okay for me to comment on that.
Yeah, please.
We have a capacity indoors of 149, and that's built off of our bathrooms, but we only have seating for 129 in there. So adding 24 seats outside would push us over by 3, and our plan is during the summer months to remove one of our 4 tops indoors. So we would be under that the current capacity. So we would never be over the capacity by doing that. So that capacity was defined by the building department and the plumbing for the bathroom load we have. So we're not actually going over our capacity. If we remove that 1 4 top, it'll all fit within what's already been approved by the city.
Okay, thank you. Just to reiterate, to make sure and I'm pretty sure this is what you said, but to confirm, the total arrangement, if the plans as presented to us are approved, in terms of the number of seats, won't exceed the permit that you have dictating the total capacity.
Correct.
Per the number of restrooms that you have.
Correct. As long as we remove one four-top inside, we'll be under capacity. So that would be our plan from April 1st till October 1st. If we were able to, have this for a full season, then we would remove the four-top and we'd be within our capacity without needing to request any more capacity from building department.
Okay, thank you. And that was the only thing that seemed to still be up in the air after reading through Ms. Wynn's memo. So with that, I have no issues with this proposal.
Thank you. That was my question as well. And Councilor Rotundo.
For Ms. Wynn, I know it's been discussed, and I know you've got a lot on your plate right now with the ADUs and everything, but time-wise, is there anticipation of having something in place for next year? Sort of where there will be a permanent process, because we've seen some of, I know it's a case-by-case right now, there's pilot programs, there's this place, there's that place, but is there some sort of a step that your department, as well as Solicitor's Department, to put more of a permanent process in place to allow A and B Burger or any other restaurant that's allowable on the city streets?
Yes, so there's been, thank you for asking, there's, the Solicitor's Office has already started crafting up some of the ordinance revisions that would be necessary relating to these particular ordinances, and we had already started working on a more permanent version of outdoor dining, but just due to the time constraints, we said, well, let's get this one through for this summer, and then we've been looking at other examples of other communities and what they're doing, but assuming that there won't be emergency provisions next year, that we'd have something in place that we can work on over the fall. And my goal too is to work on all of the, to put something in place that kind of addresses all of the use of the public sidewalks. So there are other areas where they're either permitted or not permitted at lesser scale, not necessarily outdoor dining, but things like that, but to be able to address all of them.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
That sounds like it could be a good thing to add to the list of ordinance review.
For ordinance review?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I would recommend that.
Okay. So I guess I have one question perhaps for Assistant Solicitor Dole. In applying conditions to this, can we apply the condition that one 4-seat table be removed?
The inside?
Yeah, for the duration of this temporary.
You could, and with or without that condition, if the health department came down and did a seat count, he obviously would be in violation of that code. So
sort of, maybe it's doubling the purpose of the condition of requiring the inspection to be cleared.
I mean, it could be as simple as a condition that he, comply with all, and I'm just wordsmithing right here, sanitary code requirements as to seating capacity and
Okay.
restroom space. So it's however you wish to word that.
Thank you for your help with that. What's that, Councilor Rotundo?
That would be the building code.
Building code. Okay.
And Madam President, what periodically?
I'm not the president, actually, sorry.
I thought you were.
Though I would love to be.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, well, you moved seats. Yes, you're Estelle. I'm so sorry, Mr. Ed.
Yeah, I'm just the
chairperson. Thank you. The Beverly Fire Department and the Beverly Police Department periodically will come in and check head counts and check that, and if I'm over including the outdoors, then I would be cited, and that would be brought to licensing. That would be brought throughout. So we're very cognizant of our capacity issue. We also have another restaurant in Boston on Causeway Street, and we are visited pretty much weekly there, and we have a patio and indoors, and we constantly we have a count to make sure that we're always within compliance.
Good to know. Yeah, I'm sure that's to be avoided, right? To be out of compliance. Let's see, I think, any other questions from committee members? Good. Okay, I would accept a motion to submit the accompanying order and recommend its adoption with the condition that all inspections are completed and passed as required by city law. How's that? Yes.
May I modify that to also
may.
include that with the plans that the site plan shows the 49 inches be brought to 60 inches by the tree pit?
Yes. Okay. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for
Appreciate
your
that.
time tonight.
Thank you.
Let's repeat the motion. So we're submitting the accompanying order and recommending its adoption with the condition that, let's see. Yep, passes inspection and also changing the pinch point. I don't know how else would you describe that?
Site plan by the tree pit to 60 inches as opposed to 49 inches.
Changing the tree pit width to 60 inches between the tree pit and the table. Yep. Okay, thank you. That was not nice and neat, but I think it's effective. Okay. And that's for you. Thank you. Okay. And now we'll take up order number 184, which is a proposed amendment to the Beverly zoning ordinance, accessory dwelling unit ordinance, definitions regarding transient lodging, bed and breakfast, and other minor clarifications. First, I just want to congratulate Ms. Nguyen and, the solicitor's department, the mayor's office in their efforts to get this in front of us today. So we were hoping for an update, and this is exceeding our expectations. So thank you for that. Let's start off with questions from committee members. Councilor Rotundo.
Madam Chair, do we want to hold this order to get a little more in depth to it, or do we want to move it out to the council and just keep it there for now?
Oh, actually, sorry, I completely forgot what we can do with it. I'm sorry. Okay, so this process, actually, Ms. Nguyen, would you like to talk a little bit about this process? You can probably summarize this better than I can at this point. Thank you for your question, Councilor Rotundo. I was ready to just approve it right now, but I remember we can't do that. Thank you.
No,
and I caught the laser eyes from the end here.
Yeah, I was like, ooh, questions. I wasn't ready for that. Darlene Nguyen, Director of Planning again. Yes, so this requires a public hearing. There are statutory timelines associated with setting a public hearing and having the public hearing, which in order to fall within those deadlines are recommended. So the process is you need to forward an ordinance amendment to the planning board and set a public hearing. If you were to forward it to the planning board today and set a public hearing, the public hearing on presumably on September 5th would be outside of the 65-day time period. So my recommendation was to forward the letter to the planning board on July 7th and set the public hearing for your September 5th meeting if you so wish. But that would fall within the timeframes and we wouldn't run afoul of anything. So.
Perfect. Thank you for the recommendations. So, and are there any questions from committee members? From President Flowers, yes?
Thank you. It's not a question, just to add on to what Ms. Nguyen was just saying. Both the chair of the planning board, Ellen Hutchins, and I agreed that having a public hearing on something as substantive as this type of ordinance proposal, and I believe Ms. Nguyen also agrees, I don't want to put words in her mouth, in the summer can sometimes be really hard on residents. People are coming and going. It can feel like a particularly difficult time to put any public hearing, but specifically on a big topic. So that's another reason why when we talked, and I talked to the chair of planning through Ms. Nguyen, we agreed that the September 5th meeting would be a better time to have open, at least if there's a lot of public interest. It may run more than one meeting, but open that public hearing when people are back around.
Thank you for that. That's really, it's good to know that there was some consensus there. And I agree. I think bringing things to such a big topic and having a public hearing is better in the fall. Okay, so I would accept a motion to request that the city clerk send order number 184 to the planning board on July 7th, and to set a joint public hearing for September 5th at 8 p.m.
So moved.
Second.
Those in favor? Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so we'll take up order number 162, and these are the proposed amendment to Chapter 270 of the ordinance relative to parking and regulations at various locations of the city, in the city, pardon me. Any questions or comments from committee members? No, okay. I have a quick question. I think I'm ready to support this going forward. I think it's really going to help the neighborhoods in that area. That's a top constituent concern, so I'm really appreciative of this work. I guess I would just like to understand, is there precedent at all set for making exceptions, like written exceptions for kind of, I guess, seasonal changes and things like that, like squidding, for example, or just generally, we've been working on temporary parking issues. Can you just talk about that as a precedent and how it would fit in here?
I mean, I can't really answer to that. I mean, in a general sense, you know, the city has to make decisions about committing resources to all sorts of enforcement matters. You know, I can't speak to how those are made on an individual basis by the people that are empowered to enforce different ordinances, or codes, or statutes, or laws. So, as far as a written policy, I've not been involved in drafting a written policy about how to enforce an ordinance.
Okay. I guess I'd like to continue to work with Mayor Cahill on just sort of how we continue to accommodate the recreational fishing that happens down on the docks. And we've talked about this and made I think some really good progress in that direction over the past few years. So I just want to make sure I'm saying publicly that I'd like to keep my mind on that, to work with you to incorporate just, you know, making sure we're being accessible and accommodating. And it's in line with the, you know, the equity work that we just talked about. So I think we can work together on that.
I think agreed wholeheartedly. We want people who want to come to Beverly for good reason, right, to be welcomed at all times. I think that's what we're talking about when it comes to the running of the squid and that excitement of fishing off the pier at that point in time.
Yes, exactly. And this is kind of a nice moment to share that I did raise the issue with Harbor Management Authority recently and agreed to do some research on squid festivals. And there are some, so who knows? Maybe that will be our addition. Maybe after Lobster Fest comes Squid Fest. We'll see. Okay, thank you for entertaining that. Okay, order number 162. Any other questions or comments?
Just a point of order, Madam Chair.
Thank
I
you.
don't think 162 was referred back to legal affairs, so we can take it up in the full council under motions and orders.
Okay, excellent. Okay, I don't even have to take a vote on that. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Order number 183. So this is a request for temporary resident-only parking within basically the same neighborhood that we've been referring to. And we heard from some neighbors of the Front Street neighborhood this evening. And I've been working a little bit with Ms. Nguyen and Mr. Dole and also the neighbors, just to try to come up with a solution that would relieve some of the tension and pressure that they're experiencing because of the new restaurant, but also making sure to share that there was a problem before the restaurant went in, that in the parking and traffic, the downtown parking study showed that Front Street was actually kind of in the functionally full zone for many evenings and weekends regularly. So they are now dysfunctionally full, I would say, in terms of parking. But I'm going to ask Assistant Solicitor Dole to just sort of talk about, you sent a really informative email to me today in terms of kind of what our options are as a body going forward, whether to bring this forward or not.
Yes, so what is being proposed for all intents and purposes is an amendment to certain parking-related ordinances that are currently on the books, so to speak. There are some ordinances that address Front Street in particular about, I think there's no parking at all on the north side, and then down where it meets Cabot, there's a certain stretch, it's a 15-minute, I believe, and another stretch, it's a 30-minute that I believe. And there is a portion of the north side that is open that is, the no parking on the north side is not for the entire length. And we do have some areas, I know Ocean, Brackenberry, there are a few other that are date-specific parking prohibitions, May 1st to October 1st, June 1st to September 1st, that sort of thing. So this would be, however this does, if it is, and a good analogy for what A and B was just here before. If you remember during COVID, we, at 2 separate times, we amended the prohibitions on consumption of alcohol on public property and obstructing sidewalks. We did have a sunsetting provision in both of those amendments where we didn't know what was going to happen with COVID, and we just put an end date, and then we came back, we moved that end date up back another year. So it is an ordinance amendment, so it would have to go through the same process that order number 162 is before you tonight. This would be considered the first filing. There'd be a second meeting, which would be the first meeting, and there'd be a third meeting, which would be the second meeting. It would be entirely within the council's discretion whether to refer this to the Parking and Traffic Commission for their review and comment. There's no obligation that you do so. That would be at your discretion if you wanted to involve that group in this discussion. But that would be, to removing what the topic is. It's a standard ordinance amendment would require the 3 meetings. This being related to parking, it would be up to the council to decide whether they wanted to bring Parking and Traffic Commission into the review.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there questions and comments from Councilor Rotundo?
So was this brought, I'm understanding, was it or was it not brought in front of Parking and Traffic?
So Parking and Traffic has received a letter from me basically making the same request. And they did not discuss it in full. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Nguyen. It was not discussed in full in their last meeting. Maybe we could hear from Ms. Nguyen if it's on the agenda for the upcoming meeting. I don't know if there was action taken on the letter.
They're not having a July meeting, so it's not on any agenda at the moment. If it was referred to them, then we would put it on the agenda, and we would, I guess we've left it that they'll hold a July meeting if necessary, but at the time we could not, multiple vacation conflicts, so.
Okay, yeah. Thank you for that update.
And I guess besides, obviously because it is a street issue, how about the traffic sergeant? Has there been discussion with him?
So I have spoken with Sergeant Hannaberry as well as members of the engineering department in terms of enforcement. And my understanding is that there's part of the traffic study that Marty Bloom is required to sort of produce data about this area. And I know Sergeant Hannaberry, while supportive, wanted the information from that traffic study to support kind of his decision-making process.
Ms. Nguyen, do we know when when are you requiring Mr. Bloom to actually provide it seems that's come up several times now. It's affecting the traffic area.
So the condition said that it was to be done the summer after the restaurant opened. I think at the time, the idea was that the restaurant was opening earlier in the fall. So we did discuss that at the last Parking and Traffic Commission, and they do still want him to do the traffic study this summer, which is a very tight time frame. There's kind of, it's kind of a tough thing. Like, I think we generally want it to be a little bit further along, but also summer is kind of the peak time for the operation of that area. So I'm guessing, as the mayor said, we're meeting with him later this week, and my recommendation would be to get it into place to do perhaps the counts and studies in August and produce a report after that.
Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Questions, Councillor Sweeney?
I do not have any questions, Madam Chair. Councilor Rotundo asked my questions. Maybe just a couple of comments. We heard from a number of the residents of this neighborhood, and as you mentioned in your letter, this is not something that you recommended lightly as the ward councilor for that neighborhood, so that's certainly impactful. I guess I am a little concerned that parking and traffic has not had the chance to weigh in, and it sounds like, based on the collection of comments that we just heard, that the engineering team and the traffic sergeant, and correct me if I misheard this, that their professional recommendation is to wait until the completion of the traffic study, which it sounds like probably won't be completed until after this summer restaurant season. So that's really the concern that we're weighing here, is that's their professional recommendation, but at that point, we are well into what is likely to be and already has been, a busy season for activity at the waterfront. So
Correct.
that's some of my thoughts on that, I guess. I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that is sort of the conundrum and also the motivation for creating a temporary situation, which, I think the reality is that Front Street was already at maximum capacity. So what we're seeing now is really just beyond, like I said, it's beyond functional for those residents. If, I would, I don't know if either one of you are prepared to make a motion. Yes, go ahead, Councilor Rotundo.
Is it currently, is it already permanent for resident parking? I mean, you know how there's
It's not.
so there's nothing in it, so the zone goes up to School Street, if I remember correctly, correct? Resident parking program?
I have to look. I don't think School Street has resident only. I'd have to look.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think where it ends.
At the risk of having to backtrack off this, my understanding is I don't believe we have resident-only parking anywhere in the
Right,
city.
it's a shared, that's a good point.
Well, so I guess, so let me restate that as including Front Street in that area that's being proposed. That has no sort of program included, correct?
That is not included in the areas, and I might have to defer to Ms. Nguyen. I don't believe that Front, Davis, and what's the third street count?
Stone.
Stone.
Sorry, South Street, from Stone to Front, South Street.
I'm unsure of whether those are, those aren't in any time restriction. They're not the regulation device. There's a portion at the end of Front that does have some 30 and 15-minute restrictions, but it's not subject to any of the other downtown Beverly Parking District restrictions, such as 3-hour max, 2-hour max, 4-hour max. No, there's no, permit for residents and employees. It's just open parking.
Okay, thank you.
With, subject to the existing restrictions on north side of Front Street, no parking at all times, that sort of thing. But none of them are, there's none of the time restrictions you see in the other parts of the downtown Beverly Parking District.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you.
If I can just add that it was part of the downtown parking study, though. So
Right.
it was included, actually, I believe that study stopped at, Front Street was the last street in its vicinity, so. Knowing that even if this passes tonight, it still needs 2 more kind of presentations, would the committee, I would accept a motion to refer this request to the Parking and Traffic Commission.
So moved.
I'll second, and just want to make a quick comment on that in terms of
Absolutely.
timing then. So if the Parking and Traffic Commission were not to meet in July, and presumably their next meeting would be in August, that's the time frame that this would potentially be acted on at this point in the process.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, the reality is we may have a summer meeting where we could vote on this, read
Okay.
it a second time, but even then, we'd need a third kind of
Okay.
touch point of this.
So it's up
So it's-
to us to monitor it and expedite it if need be.
Well, I'm saying that they would then, so we would recommend this to the Parking and Traffic Commission and receive their comments on it.
Okay.
Yes,
I'm
receive
comfortable
their-
with that recommendation.
Okay.
I'm just trying to gauge the timeline.
At the risk of repeating myself, which I'm an attorney, I love to do that, any ordinance amendment would require 3 meetings. So this, this ordinance amendment, in just ordinance amendments in general, this would be the first presentation.
Yeah.
Second meeting would be the first reading. Third meeting would be the second reading and potential final passage.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so there was a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Okay, those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 3-0. Thank you. Is that it? Okay, I would accept a motion to adjourn the committee of the whole.
So moved.
Second. Those in favor?
Aye.
And motion to adjourn the legal affairs committee.
So moved.
Second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. I'll call the full council back into session. So we are going to go to motions and orders. This is to take a final vote, but also have any final conversation on Order 162. This is the proposed amendment to Chapter 270, the ordinance relative to parking and regulations at various locations in the city, specifically pertaining to locations that we heard about in the public hearing this evening. As we heard earlier, this is the third meeting at which this proposed ordinance change has appeared. It is its second meeting where there is a vote, which means it is available for final passage. So, so that we can have any further conversation, is there a motion to? That's a good question. Assistant Solicitor Dole, Ms. Dixon read this ordinance, proposed ordinance change in the context of the public hearing. Should she read it again at this point?
I would consider that sufficient.
That she's already read it?
She's read it, yeah.
Thank you.
Unless she has a burning desire to read it again.
Thank you, Ms. Dixon. That's an important clarifying point, though, and thank you, Assistant Solicitor Dole, for that help. For further discussion, is there a motion to approve Order 162?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you very much, councilors. Are there comments or questions at this point on Order 162? Councilor Bowen.
Yes, I would like to propose an amendment to the amendment that we strike the 3 references to overnight parking. So the new imposition of an overnight parking penalty fee and the mention of overnight parking being prohibited at the waterfront and Summit Progress lots, and the mention of overnight parking being prohibited in the restaurant lot.
So Councilor Bowen has made a motion to strike the 3 references to the prohibition of overnight parking. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councillor St. Hilaire. Discussion on this proposed amendment. Councillor St. Hilaire.
I guess I would just be interested in understanding Councillor Bowen's proposed intent with this motion.
Councillor Bowen.
Yes, thank you. And definitely also don't even want seconds for discussion at 10 p.m. My feeling is just that those are fairly significant changes to our parking ordinances overall that feel premature for the set of urgent questions that require a late filing and a 10 p.m. discussion in our last meeting before the summer. I haven't been convinced yet that those are necessary, and I worry about writing that into our parking ordinance overall for these 3 lots. I think that overnight parking in that area isn't as big a concern. The multi-day parking, I understand, is a different question and could potentially be resolved in other ways. So in order to feel comfortable moving the more urgent pieces of this set of amendments, I don't want to get hung up on the overnight parking. That seems like sort of a different and more apt to have larger consequences that are unintended, whether it's during a parking ban or it's for recreational fishing use or otherwise. And if we get that back again in the fall after seeing it really be a problem this summer, would be more than happy to support it then. Just don't feel like we're there yet.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sweeney, I think I saw your hand as well.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a question for Councillor Bowen, and then maybe a larger clarification question for Mr. Dole. To make sure that I was following you correctly, your proposed amendments would remove all of the references across the parking lots, not just the ones by the waterfront, to overnight parking. And what would be the removing the ban that would otherwise be added in if this proposal were passed as presented?
Councillor Bowen.
I believe so, in that there are no other references to overnight parking being banned in other public lots anywhere else in the city. This set of amendments before us from the administration would add a new thing of overnight parking being a problem and apply it only to those 3 lots. And I'd suggest we just not go there yet. So
Okay.
currently our parking ordinance doesn't have a fine for violating an overnight parking restriction, and there are no overnight parking bans in our current ordinance. So if the amendment I just made were to be adopted, we could pass the rest of the proposed amendments from the administration without adding a new overnight parking ban down by the water. And that would be my preference, that we move ahead with the more urgent pieces and not institute that new overnight parking ban.
Thank you, Councillor Bowen.
Would also welcome further clarification from the solicitor's office if that would be helpful.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Councillor Sweeney, did
that's essentially the question. Just
Okay.
I wanted to make sure I understood the full scope of the amendment. So is that your understanding as well, Mr. Dole?
I think I understand. It was the three identified lots, the Summit Congress, AKA Anchor, AKA Creamery, the waterfront lot, which now contains the Harbor Master's lot, the under the bridge parking, and soon to be former Rowan's lot, and the restaurant lot, the former McDonald's lot. Those 3 lots were identified in these amendments as prohibiting overnight parking between the hours of 1 a.m. and 6 a.m.
Okay, thank you.
And if you were asking for clarification, I cannot speak verbatim for the city engineer's office, the parking enforcement, traffic enforcement, DPS. These amendments, as the last round of amendments that are before you, were months in the making with the number of different stakeholders within the city who have to deal with these things, whether it be the enforcement, whether it be traffic, whether it be planning, whether it be use of the waterfront, use of the marina. So these were not there was a reason that this the people who were throughout the city that were involved in the drafting and the discussion, the review, the drafting, the redrafting, the re-review, that this at this time seemed appropriate to get out in front of any problems rather than be reactionary in 3 or 4 months about now we're entering the summer season, to try to be proactive in dealing with the parking down there.
Thank you, Mr. Dole. Before I go back to you, Councilor Bowen, I'm just going to go to Councilor Rotundo, and then we'll come back.
Thank you, Madam President. Through you, I just want to just kind of state a couple of things through the last 2 years of being involved with this whole process because of being proactive with HMA. One of the things that was brought to the attention as well with the mayor is the loophole that could be created by allowing the recreational boaters to really take advantage of it. And a matter of fact, I just encountered a conversation with one of them the other day that with this prohibition being in place, it would stop them in essence, which is sort of kind of the production of is to not allow them to have a longer term parking because there have been other vehicles created to allow for the commercial as well as the recreational boaters to have some sort of parking relief where they actually pay for the parking, that it's a permit, but allows them to not have to feed the meters. This in case would then in turn allow them to park continuously because it would be removing that time spring overnight where they could park their cars, go on their boats for several days, and nothing's stopping them from having to come back because they've now paid for a parking pass in response to the recreational boaters having some sort of relief through all these conversations. So that's my fear by removing this particular new amendment is that it will create a loophole that will allow the recreational boaters to really have an advantage, which will then put disadvantage to other people who are seeking waterfront, like people who are going out to go fishing on the docks for squidding and things like that. And, you know, my own son who's gone down there looking for parking spaces with his friends at night. So I just think that this is just a good amendment that's been really in response to the last 2 years of conversations while the restaurant was being built with all the different stakeholders, as Solicitor Dole has stated, you know, the recreational, the commercial, the restaurant, the people from the anchor. It's not the best system, but it's better than what we've had. So I just want to kind of put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor Rotundo. Councilor Bowen.
Thank you. I appreciate all the work that has gone into this. And I think the only thing I wanted to add is that, as we heard earlier, several hours ago this evening, part of our challenge in government, as opposed to other entities, is being really clear in our communication and really showing our work. So it's not just what answer do we get to, it's how did we get there. So when there has been a multi-year process with lots of stakeholders involved, folks who weren't at the table sort of have the right to hear not just what the outcome was, but sort of the rhyme and reason. And so that's part of why we have these discussions, is to get at that. And you know, I think that this question over recreational permits is not written in our parking ordinance either, I believe, unless that falls under the employees of businesses located in the downtown Beverly parking district. So that level of clarification, I think, is important as well.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Rotundo.
Madam President, through you, it is addressed in the recreational contracts as well as the commercial contracts. So it's not an ordinance, but it is in their contracts stating it. So the contract was reworked through Beverly Harbor Management Authority for the last year and a half, addressing these different issues, working with the city solicitor, working with the mayor as well. So it is spelled out. It's spelled out in the contracts, not in an ordinance, because it isn't an ordinance necessarily. It is a policy which is clearly stated in those two contracts.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Feldman, and then we'll come back to Councilor Rand.
I have just a point of clarification and then a question if that would maybe resolve both points of clarification. It sounds like, on the one hand, that this city, the way that it is currently written, it is intended to ensure that nobody is going out for multi-day trips using the city lots. And the concern is for like overnight snow parking or city emergencies, residents squidding, which I'm learning about tonight, which I didn't know about before. Would, instead of striking or including, would it be possible or helpful to just state that no more parking for more than 24 hours? Because then you could allow for snow emergencies and early fishing, but then not multi-day. It would be kind of would that type of amendment be possible, that instead of restricting it to no overnight parking, but not removing no overnight parking, would it solve both problems, and would it be possible to add the language of no parking for more than 24 hours? I don't know who I'm asking that.
I was going to say, Councilor Feldman. I think Councilor Feldman is directing this question
through you, Madam President,
to Assistant Solicitor Dole, please.
So is the amendments as currently written would you prefer just to talk about the restaurant lot in particular, or the other two sort of? So as far
viewing it as a package deal, so I'm.
So as the amendments stand right now, the waterfront lot, we have a 2-hour limit on parking in. Excuse me. Give me 1 second. I want to make sure I'm saying this the right way. We do have time limitations on I'm sorry, I'm trying to do this on the fly. There is time limitations existing, so I'm not sure about a 24-hour, like no longer than 24 hours, how that would be able to blend with the existing restrictions and prohibitions. So I don't know if that would get to the same place that we're trying to as when we have the 1 a.m. to 6 a.m. prohibition.
Well, I guess I'm just thinking that if there's already a 2-hour, and people are skirting that by feeding the meter or renewing it, it'd just be if the car's been parked there in the same lot, anywhere in the lot, even if it was moved for 24 hours. I'm just trying to think of solutions to try and meet both of the needs.
I mean, I'd have to think about how that would work, dropping that into how it's currently written. I'm not sure. I'm sorry, I don't have an answer.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Rand.
So I really appreciate the issue that Councilor Bowen is bringing up, and we've sort of identified 1 or 2 things that don't quite fit with the with overnight parking being prohibited. I would like to see at least the majority of this move forward. I'm wondering if maybe through you, President Flowers, could the mayor speak to the 24-hour limitation? I mean, I feel like, what we're looking for is to avoid people leaving their car in these lots for multiple days. I do think that's the reality of the situation.
Yeah. Yes, if the mayor would be willing to address that topic, but I guess, if I may, I will add on to it a question that I think goes together, and I see your hand too, Councilor Rotundo, but I may be missing something. I understand that the objective is to not allow for multiple day parking. If these lots then trigger during the daytime, that they are time limited, I might just be missing something, but I feel like after the overnight, when the 2 or 3 hour time limit is triggered, would that not then prohibit people from being out for multiple days? I think maybe that's where I'm wondering if we need the overnight prohibition if the lots become time limited in the day. And I apologize, I think that went kind of together, so I hope you didn't.
Thank you.
Okay.
I think I can clarify. So the only lot in these amendments that would be time limited is this new restaurant lot, that we'd have a 3-hour cap on the restaurant lot. And that is to ensure the turnover of both the restaurant and access to the waterfront. The 2 other lots that are implied in these amendments,
We know what you're talking about.
yeah, the Summit Congress, AKA Creamery.
2 other ones.
The Creamery Anchor, Summit Congress, and then the Harbor Master under the bridge, Rowan's. Those do not have a time limitation on them, but we would expand the hours that they would have to pay to park there from now 4 to 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. So people could theoretically pull in at 8 a.m., fill up the meter, and just make sure that they're they're out before the meter runs. The restaurant lot is the only lot that would have the 3-hour limit on it, which would not have a paid kiosk in it. It would just be up to the plate reader in the parking control car to drive through and identify any plates that are there in excess of 3 hours.
Thank you. That is helpful. Mr. Mayor, I don't know if you feel able to respond. The other half of that was, I think, Councilor Rand's question about would just a statement that says no parking for 24 hours address the concerns in a way that could also eliminate the no overnight parking on 3 lots?
So it is.
Thank you, Councilor Feldman.
Sorry,
Which I think is what Councilor Feldman was also
That's
trying to.
what I was trying to get to. I didn't realize, yes.
So it is common practice that that there are number of boaters who will go out from, overnight or multiple nights. And that's great. In an effort to ensure that there is regular turnover in these lots, multiple lots, so that all who want to use the waterfront can, it was explained to the recreational boaters that that overnight parking was not going to be allowed. So for those particular trips, they would need to make other arrangements. If they're going out for the day, then in those paid lots, they were given an opportunity to buy a pass for the summer, and that pass would cover them in those paid lots. Nobody's supposed to be in the restaurant lot for more than 3 hours regardless. In terms of a 24-hour versus an overnight, we put together an enforcement plan based on an overnight. What you're suggesting, could we probably figure out how to enforce? Probably. I don't recommend it. I don't think it's needed. I also think that, I know it was asked earlier when I wasn't in the room, winter snow emergency parking, when that happens, everything else is out the window. There's no enforcement of anything in any of the lots. The lots are available during snow emergencies, and when the snow emergency ends, then people are supposed to move their cars from the lots. So I don't think there's an issue with that, with these lots. Anyway, that's my thinking on it. I understand you're trying to problem solve. I don't know that there's a problem here to solve unless you're of a mind to not support the overnight restriction that we're asking for. And that's, obviously, we're 2 separate branches of government. So if that's what you're looking to do, then that's what you're looking to do. Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Thanks.
Mayor. Councilor Rotundo.
Really, I think the mayor just sort of answered it. I think one of the sticking points is the snow ban is not spelled out specifically in any ordinance. Is it something that, as a body that we want to look to incorporate that in the event of a snow ban emergency, that just basically spelling it out, even though it's been understood all these years. And that's sort of kind of what I'm gathering from the conversation right now. But the mayor sort of did just say is everything does go out the window, and I know it's understood, but it's not in writing. So I do understand from the body where we're coming from, but also understand what the mayor's statement is too.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Bowen.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and it's a new issue, at least for overnight parking, because it's not something that's not enforced in other lots. It's just not existing for other lots. But I appreciate the troubleshooting and wonder if we can separate out the section H that refers to the Water Street restaurant lot having an overnight prohibition, because that already says no one shall park a vehicle for a period longer than 3 hours anytime. So if someone parked at 2, they should be out by 5. And sort of separate that from the waterfront and Summit Congress lots. That would at least allow for overnight parking in theory of some kind, or parking starting at 5 a.m. rather than 6:01, or somebody, leaving their car past 1 a.m. In a lot down in the area, and that would be a step. And then give us, it sounds like we're going to need to revisit all of these again very, very soon, as we see how things are evolving, so that would at least make me a little more comfortable.
I think for us to do that, we do have a different amendment with a second on the floor. So Councillor Bowen, if you wanted to withdraw that amendment and make this other amendment that you were just suggesting, we could go that route, or we can take a vote on the original amendment as you proposed it.
Yeah, I'd be happy to just withdraw and replace it with simply striking the overnight parking is prohibited in the restaurant lot between the hours of 1 a.m. and 6 a.m.
Thank you. So Councillor Bowen's withdrawn the original motion to make an amendment, has made a new motion to amend just to strike the language for overnight parking in the waterfront restaurant lot. Second. Thank you. Is there any discussion on this proposed amendment? Councillor Crowley.
Through you to these folks here, what's the reasoning for putting it in for the restaurant as far as the prohibition, no parking overnight? If it is a monitored or metered parking? For you, Mr. Dole, if you could.
Thank you, Councillor Crowley. Thank you, Mr. Dole.
Mr. Dole, thank you.
Sorry, Counselor, are you referring to just the restaurant lot?
Yes, where it says in here on the bottom where it includes the restaurant lot, as far as having the prohibition or as far as overnight, what's the reasoning for that? Do you know for sure?
Again, it was to just keep people from trying to, I'm trying to think of a scenario where you have somebody that's pulling in after 8 p.m. Or 10 p.m. and they're still there at 8 a.m. in the morning.
So the only thing
trying to make the I'm sorry.
Sure. So the only reason I could see anything like that is if somebody had too much to, consume that evening and better off not driving home and I have a place to leave my vehicle. That type of scenario, but I'd pay the $25 anyway, but just better than the $2,000 that it would cost me and sitting in jail or whatever. But anyway, that would just be me. But I was just looking for that. So it's just basically a lot of just kind of keeping everything moving, keeping everybody out, even overnight. If it's not there, somebody could potentially go in there and stay there for a while then.
I mean, and this is anecdotally, I'm not the one that's enforcing these things, but I know, we do have people that, treat it like I can leave my car there for 3 days.
Sure. No,
And I've started thinking about the 24-hour prohibition. I could see some enforcement-related issues to that, about how when you're giving somebody that open-ended 24 hours, when the parking car does come through and read plates, is there going to be an issue with knowing that person either was there 24 hours or was there, left, and came back and parked in the same space? And I'm just, thinking up scenarios where it would be some issues with enforcement with that. But, these are a little different lots than you would see behind the parking lot, almost formerly known as the dollar store lot, given the nature of the use of these lots, because they're dependent on the use of the waterfront, either by fishing by boats, fishing by the pier, commercial fishing, recreational fishing. So, the genesis of this overnight parking prohibition is a result of where these lots are, where they are down the waterfront, and the use of these lots as opposed to a lot that might be over on Pond Street or behind the dollar store. So
we'll go to Councillor Rand, and just for clarification, the amendment that is now before us is to strike the overnight parking prohibition only in the restaurant lot. That is the amendment that was made and seconded now.
Thank you. I think that is a compromise from what's presented to us that I could support. And just sort of something that's been in the back of my mind throughout this discussion is the fact that, we just talked about how the neighborhoods in that area actually are sort of pinched for parking anyway. And one of the benefits you have living near like the Pond Street lot is that you can park there. Let's say you have a guest or whatever, you can park in that lot overnight. And I can kind of see how this could potentially be a resource for the neighborhood in a positive way too. So I would support this amendment proposed by Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Councillor Rand. Councillor Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam President. And just to that point, Councillor Rand, to maybe get a better idea of what the practical impact of this proposed amendment would be, I live in the Pond Street neighborhood, so I do, myself and my guests utilize that lot, the federal lot, the Chapman lot, as you had said, where you can park overnight and then need to move your car by 8 a.m. or pay for the meter. But it sounds like if we were to strike the overnight parking provision, as this amendment would do, the 3-hour limit still applies, correct? And maybe that, not to pose that as a direct question to you, but to maybe say, does that defeat the scenario that you just described, essentially, in trying to think through the full impact of this amendment? And that would be my only concern, to, again, get back to maybe some of the more practical implications. It sounds like the concern is that by limiting all 3 lots in this vicinity to no overnight parking, that nobody could park within the hours of 1 a.m. to 6 a.m., and that there may be a scenario, kids fishing for squid, which similar to Councilor Feldman I am learning of just this evening, something like that, where it would be a one-off scenario that we would unintentionally prohibit, but that would really be it, that one kind of specific situation, right, as opposed to this lot being more so a neighborhood resource like the Pond Street and Chapman lots are for parking overnight. If that were the case, I think we'd need a more comprehensive amendment to address the 3-hour limit.
Thank you, Councilor Sweeney. Any other questions or comments on this particular amendment before us? So we have an amendment and a second before us. This is to remove the overnight restriction only in the restaurant lot. All those in favor of supporting this proposed amendment, aye. Keep your hands up for a moment, sorry, my math. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And all those opposed, 3. So that carries 5-3 with the proposed amendment. Which brings us now to considering Order 162 in its totality as now amended. We already had a motion and a second. So is there further discussion on Order 162? Councilor Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam President. Just quickly, because I know this has been a long conversation, I think it's pretty clear that we need to revisit this matter in the fall. So, the amendment is passed. I plan on supporting the package with the amendment, but I think it's certainly something that we need to act on in September, whether it's leaving things pat or revising the ordinance further. So I'll leave my comments at that. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilor Sweeney, and I think that's a wise sentiment and probably matches what many of us are thinking, and the administration as well, perhaps. Is there any further discussion on 162 as amended? All those in favor of approving 162 as amended this evening? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. So that carries 8-0. Thank you very much. And that, again, was for final passage this evening. Thank you to Mr. Dole for his assistance in walking us through that at each step. Thank you to the administration as well. That brings us to reports from committees. Ms. Dixon.
The Committee on Finance and Property, to whom was referred the matter regarding a grant of $15,000 from the Massachusetts Electric Vehicle Incentive Program towards purchasing 2 electric vehicles for the Municipal Inspections Department, have considered said matter and beg leave to report as follows. Recommend the council approve the request.
Questions or comments on this one? Councilor Bowen.
Thank you. Very quick factual question. Do we have the funds to actually purchase those vehicles in a budget somewhere? Often these requests come with where a grant match is coming from, or is that money just being banked for future?
Mr. Mayor, I don't know if this is something that you'd be able to respond to. This is about the $15,000 grant from Mass Electric Vehicle Incentive Program. And the question was, do we already have funds to purchase the vehicles that this grant is then being applied towards?
Vehicles, help me out. You folks approved the funding for the vehicle purchases recently.
Correct.
Yeah.
So it's tied to that.
Yes, and I guess I'll just add, and correct me, Councilor St. Hilaire, if my memory is foggy, that Ms. Keefe also mentioned in Finance and Property that this is grant money that can be applied for again and again, and so that part of the sustainability plan includes applying for these grants and continue to be able to apply the grant funding. Is that correct?
Yeah, we approved the funding of 2 vehicles, and they've already been approved and paid for, and this is just money that will kick in towards that cost.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Counselor. Other questions or comments on this one? Question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you. That carries 8-0.
Order 180, the Committee on Legal Affairs, to whom was referred the matter regarding a reappointment of Christy Edwards, 9 Edwards Street, to serve as the at-large representative on the Community Preservation Committee, have considered said matter and beg leave to report as follows. Recommend the council approve the reappointment.
Questions or comments on this one? Question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you. That carries 8-0. And thank you to Ms. Edwards for her willingness to continue to serve on our Community Preservation Committee.
Order 181, to whom, the Committee on Legal Affairs, to whom was referred the matter regarding a request for a temporary waiver of the restrictions of Section 113-2, serving alcohol beverages on public property, and Section 253-24 for placement of tables on public sidewalks, have considered said matter and beg leave to report as follows. Recommend the council approve the request with 2 conditions. One, that all inspections are completed and passed as required by city law, and also to change the site plan over by the tree pit from 49 inches to 60 inches.
Thank you. Ms. Dixon, questions or comments on this one? Councilor St. Hilaire.
Yeah, I guess, so I have no problem with Mr. Holland's application. I guess I'm just curious about what other restaurants might be interested in this, and what are we doing to communicate out to them that this is available? And I don't know, Ms. Nguyen, if you have an answer to that question?
Thank you, Counselor. Thank you, Ms. Nguyen.
Have we gotten any other inquiries?
We've received inquiries over the past few months about whether or not we're doing the on-street one, but not for the sidewalk dining piece. But we will communicate this process out in a letter to restaurants that have the opportunity for this. I mean, obviously, the timing left, Mr. Holland had a couple days to put his application together. So there wasn't a lot of timing to get out, but there's also an enforcement piece that needs to be put into place too, in terms of bringing, just informing businesses that, are currently using sidewalk space that they actually do, that there is a process and they're currently not in compliance with that process. So I think the first step is just a letter to everyone kind of saying, hey, did you know this is what's typically required?
Good. Glad to hear you're doing that. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Thank you, Ms. Nguyen. Any other questions or comments on this one? So the question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of the order as amended in legal affairs. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you. That carries 8-0. And thank you to Mr. Holland for staying with us over the duration of this evening.
Thank you very much.
Order 182, the Committee on Legal Affairs, to whom was referred the matter regarding a proposed ordinance amendment to Section 215-18, deliveries, have considered said matter and beg leave to report as follows. Submit the accompanying amended ordinance and recommend its adoption pending publication and final passage.
Thank you very much. So as we heard a few times this evening, this is a proposed ordinance change submitted by Councillor Feldman. This marks its first appearance. It's being filed, and it will be for first reading, first vote at our next meeting. And thank you, Councillor Feldman, for your work on that.
Order 183, the Committee on Legal Affairs, to whom is referred the matter regarding a request for temporary resident-only parking, have considered said matter and beg leave to report as follows. Refer the order to Parking and Traffic Commission. Yeah.
Thank you. Questions or comments on this one? The question comes on the acceptance of the proposal as made by Legal Affairs to refer this order to Parking and Traffic. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you. That carries 8-0, and so we will ask our clerk's office to send that on to Parking and Traffic for us. And thank you, Councillor Rand.
Order 184, the Committee on Legal Affairs, to whom is referred the matter regarding a proposed amendments to the Beverly zoning ordinance, accessory dwelling unit ordinance, definitions regarding transient lodging, bed and breakfast, and other minor clarifications, have considered said matter and beg leave to report as follows. Set the public hearing for September 5th at 8 p.m. and have the city clerk send Order 184 to the Planning Board on July 7th.
Thank you, Ms. Dixon. Questions or comments? So this vote is a specific one that needs to include the timing, and so I would entertain a motion to accept that recommendation from Legal Affairs to have the city clerk send Order 184 to the planning board on July 7th, and for us to set the public hearing, joint public hearing with the planning board for our September 5th meeting at 8 p.m.
So moved.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. That carries 8-0. That's it. All right. Thank you very much, everybody. Any announcements or reminders from counselors? Counselor Rotundo.
Since it's our last meeting till the summer break, I just want to remind that the Ryle side has their 4th of July parade. I also want it's 10 a.m. step off at the corner of Western Bridge, ends at Old Bear Park. Family fun down there, different types of games, carnival games, pony rides, what have you, all are welcomed. As well as the Saturday, July 1st, the Frederick Douglass event at the historic Beverly. So I just wanted to also remind those two events. I know it's a week out, but since this is our last meeting, I figured we'd throw it out there. Thank you.
Nope, those are great reminders, Counselor Rotundo, and thank you for that. Any other reminders or announcements from counselors? Counselor Rand.
Thank you so much. I'd like to just remind people that the National Grid Community Advisory Committee will continue to meet throughout the summer on the 1st and 3rd Thursdays of each month at 5 p.m. at the Public Library Barnett Gallery.
Thank you very much, Counselor Rand. Other announcements or reminders? Counselor Rotundo, there's a community meeting on the Hall-Whitaker Bridge
Tomorrow night,
tomorrow
yes.
night as well. Is that
6:30,
correct?
please. And that will be at the Beverly High School. And it will also be broadcasted on BevCam, correct? And stream. So there'll be plenty of opportunity to hear the updated version of what MassDOT has to offer. So
Thank you, Counselor, and thank you to BevCam for making sure people can follow that. Well, as Counselor Rotundo mentioned, this is our last regular meeting before the summer recess. And so thank you to counselors and to everyone who put a lot of work into getting everything sort of for our agenda this evening ready. And thank you to counselors for doing some really important work, detailed work late into the evening. And thank you to the mayor and members of your administration. Thank you to Kim on BevCam for staying with us for the duration. And thank you to members of the public who came out earlier this evening and were here for the presentation from HRNA and the public hearings as well. It's always important to have your voices in the mix, and we appreciate that. And with that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. That carries 8-0. We are adjourned.